us in person in Conchoice Auditorium and online for the Burlington Council meeting. I will note that we are joined by Councillor Carpenter, who's joining us by Zoom. The time is 5:40. We're going to get started because we have a busy agenda in front of us. We'll begin our evening with item 1.1, which is a motion to adopt our and we do have a number of amendments to that agenda, I believe. Or maybe we do not. Let's see. So I would entertain a motion to adopt our agenda and to read the recommended action if there's someone who's willing to do that. How about you? Okay. Anyone willing to do that? Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Barlow. It's right. It just was updated on Civic Clerk.
Yes, I have it here. I move to adopt agenda as follows. Consent agenda item 5.19, communication vehicle for hire licensing board, vehicle for hire modernization. To the consent agenda item 5.20, communication, Dana Poverman regarding resolution on tomorrow's agenda. Add to the consent agenda item 5.21, communication, Ed Baker regarding comments agenda item 6.2. Note proposed amendments for agenda item 6.2 per Councillor McGee.
Thank you for that motion. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councillor Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We have our agenda, and I'll also note that Councillor Grant is also joining us by Zoom. Councillor Grant, did you have something that you wanted to add?
I did. I apologize. I'm on my way back into Burlington. Be there soon. Was this just the consent agenda? Because I had something I'd like to propose for the deliberative agenda. I'm sorry, can you hear me?
Councillor Grant, if you could just stand by. We're having a little bit of a technical difficulty. We'll get to you as soon as we can. I'm sorry. We could hear that small sound. You have the audio going through your computer? So you have your computer audio on? So we can hear you? Okay. Counselor Grant, Counselor Travers has his computer on audio, so we might be able to simply hear you through that audio. You hear us? She can. Counselor Carpenter, you hear us? Okay.
Hello.
Okay, so Sarah, Counselor Carpenter, you can hear us.
Yes, I can now.
Counselor Grant, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Great. Yes, we can. Counselor Grant, if you wanted to go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I have to apologize because I missed the beginning of the motion where I wanted to add an item to the deliberative agenda.
Well, we voted on the agenda. We had amendments and we voted on that, but if you weren't able to hear us, I don't know that we need to go and make a motion to reconsider at this point, given the fact that there was a technical issue. If there is, then we would have to do that. What would be your opinion?
I think the correct manner of doing it would be for a motion to reconsider, which would be made from a member of the majority. You did have a quorum of the body who voted adopting the agenda. So I think you'd have a motion to reconsider, which has to be made by a member who voted in favor of the motion first.
And I would so move.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bergman. Seconded by Councillor McGee. I believe that requires 2/3. Is that correct? Just the majority? Okay. So we have a motion to reconsider. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. Okay. So there are 11 of us here. No. Yes, there are 11 of us here. So that passes 10-1. Councillor Grant, please continue.
Thank you. I wanted to add a brief agenda item to discuss a plan of action regarding our NPAs. And working with our NPAs with regards to how they can handle the issues of discrimination.
Counselor Grant, do you have anything, anything for that item? Staff is going to be presenting something. Anyone that you have contacted in advance to do that?
No, I just wanted to have it as an agenda item because we had a very serious incident of discrimination at one of our NPAs, and I want it on record on our agenda that we acknowledge what happened and that we will put forth a plan of action.
Counselor Grant, I have had communications with the city attorney today, and I would just go to the city attorney. Were you able to communicate prior with Counselor Grant, and what was your opinion on this?
I did speak with Counselor Grant. I would just speak to the agenda. I think that if Counselor Grant wants to address this, there is the opportunity to address it in city affairs, which is part of the city council agenda, which was my advice to Counselor Grant at that time. In terms of actions that this may or may not be taking with regard to the NPAs, that's something that we're still developing a strategy around, but it is something that we're working to actively address. Her concerns as well as others.
Okay. Is it your opinion that, or the opinion of the nation, that you will be able to come forward with something by our next council meeting on October 23rd?
I think that we are actively working on it. Again, this is something that is developed quite rapidly, and so to make a definitive timeline is hard to say, but set that as a goal.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Grant, did you want to continue, or we would then have to go and vote to amend the agenda to include agenda item? Is there anything else you wanted to add? Thank you very much. So given the fact that we are not amending our agenda, we still have to vote on the motion to reconsider because that's the motion on the floor. Is that correct? Even though there was no change to the agenda?
No, I believe that there was a motion to reconsider. You did vote on
Yes.
that.
Yes.
And so that's there. Now you had, it would be adopt the agenda, and then you would have moved on that. So
Yes.
I think that that's what's before you, is to adopt the agenda again.
Okay. So we are doing the motion to adopt the agenda with the amendments that we already had. Yes. Okay, so is there a motion to adopt the agenda? Thank you, Councilman. Seconded by Councilor Jang. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. So that moves us on to item 2.1, which is a communication from Mayor Moreau Weinberger. It's a privileged update on Memorial Auditorium, as well as discussion regarding a negotiation of an agreed VTANG pertaining to capital investments. And as these items relate to contract negotiations, this agenda item contains an expected executive session. Before we go to those motions, Mayor Weinberger, it's our custom to go to the administration if there's any update that you wish to provide to the public in open session.
Thank you, Paul. I'll speak briefly to both. The first item with respect to Memorial Auditorium, the council remember that we last discussed Memorial Auditorium at this body sometime in the spring after the unsuccessful RFP that did not result in any project to move forward with. At the time, we had discussions that we would, the CETO, led by Samantha Dunn, our Assistant Director for Community Works, would be exploring through a number of means how to go forward, considering a new RFP, perhaps with different constraints than the initial one. CEDO has been doing that work, and we do have an update to share with the council. There is the possibility that what could unfold in the months to come would involve new real estate agreements, and so our recommendation that we brief the council on this in it first, so as not to negatively impact the public's position in these possible. With respect to the second executive session, this is the second time we've requested a session to share with the council information regarding capital investments at the airport by the Vermont Air National Guard. And again, I think it's in the interest of the council and the public that we have the discussions in executive session. I think there will be no action expected on either of these items tonight. I do think there is likely that we will be seeking action on both in the weeks to come, and we will be there will be future public communications well in advance of those votes.
Great, thank you, Mayor Weinberger. With that, we'll go to Councilor Travers. If you could please make the motion, the first motion, executive session.
I move to find that premature general public knowledge of contract negotiations related to the Patrick Leahy International Airport and also Memorial Auditorium place the city at a substantial disadvantage because the city risks disclosing its negotiating strategy if discussing the proposed contract terms or negotiations in public.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Shannon. Thank you. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing go to a vote, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And with that, to the second motion, Councilor Travers.
Based on the finding of substantial disadvantage, I move that we enter into executive session to discuss contract negotiations, real estate purchase or lease options pursuant to 1 VSA Section 313, 1A and 2.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. Seconded by Councilor. A motion has been made to go into executive session. All those in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please no. That motion passes unanimously. So we will now be in executive session. We will be going downstairs into the Busher Conference Room. Everyone who is here to sit and make yourself comfortable, and we do expect to be back here before 7:15. Thank you. Thank you so much for your patience while we worked out a few technical details, and thank you so much for joining us for the City Council meeting. The time is now 7:17, so we will resume our council meeting with item number 3, which is the public forum. Before we begin public forum, I would like to note that we do have a process for this part of our meeting, and I speak for the full City Council as we share a strong commitment to an orderly process and one that honors all voices and respectful discourse. For those that are in contois who wish to speak during public forum, we have a timer system that is on the table in front of me, and it has 3 lights on it. The green light will shine when you begin speaking, the second yellow light when you have 30 seconds left, and then the last light is a red light that will shine when your time is up. Please complete your sentence if you are in mid-sentence when the sound and light indicate that your time is up, so that everyone has the same amount of time and we can keep the public forum moving along. If you're joining us online, there is a timer system that will be set up on Zoom. We don't have a light system, but when your 2 minutes are up and the clock winds down to 0, please complete your sentence so that we can move on to the next community member. We have a hybrid system for public forum. If you wish to speak in person, there are forms to my right in the back of the room. Please complete one and then bring it to the clerk that is on the right in the front of the room. If you wish to speak on Zoom, you can go to the following website, and that is, or webpage, that is burlingtonvt.gov/citycouncil, one word, /public forum. When you do that, there'll be a form that will come up. If you complete the form, your answers will come into a spreadsheet that I have right here on my computer, and that way I can call you in the order in which you had requested to speak. It has been our practice that Burlington residents will have first priority. We will go to Burlington residents in Contois who have submitted a form in person, and these are the forms that I have with me. You're welcome to fill them out as we are doing public forum. And then we will go to Burlington residents who have completed an online form. We will then come back to non-Burlington residents who have joined us in Contois, and then we will finish with online non-Burlington residents that have joined us on Zoom. During public forum, we ask that you please use respectful language. We would like to remind everyone here this evening and online that there are families who watch our council meetings as their connection to teaching their children about civic engagement. Please think about that when you are speaking, and remember that your words are being heard by families and by young children. We ask that everyone refrain from speaking and using profanity. When you are speaking, please face me. Direct your comments to me as the chair and not to anyone else at this table or not to anyone in the audience gathered. Please do not personalize your comments. This rule will be enforced. Again, we want to hear what you have to say, and it is much easier for us to listen intently to you if you speak respectfully. With that, we will go to those that are joining us in Contois, and we will start again with Burlington residents. The first speaker is Stephen Whitaker, to be followed by Reagan Lafferty. Good evening. And all you need to do is make sure that the green button in front of you is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you could even get closer to the microphone, that would be okay.
So I want to address, I'm going to talk fast, and I ask you to consider putting this issue on a future agenda soon, because the impact, I cannot do this, and I don't think 2 minutes is consistent with law. We've got some misdirected reactions to problems that we're compounding. We have a beautiful waterfront treasure, thanks Bernie. We have facilities, a shortage of facilities, and our reactive mode is shutting down facilities. I pointed out to the mayor that we had 4 concerts on the waterfront lawn with 1,000 people outside of the concerts, and we locked the bathrooms at 8 o'clock. And lo and behold, North Beach was closed for E. coli. So I asked the mayor, what did you think was going to happen? But the restrooms at the boathouse, I've reviewed the contract with Burlington Harbor Marina. The boathouse is seasonal because of the temperature control, as is the marina. There used to be 24/7, 365 bathrooms there that were torn down to accommodate that marina. Their contract requires them to be open 8 to 5, 8 to 7 on Thursdays and Fridays, or Fridays and Saturdays. They're in consistent violation of that contract, and no one enforces it. I've called it to the mayor's attention, to the parks director's attention. No one enforces that. And it's a problem of dignity. We've got 100 people living out in the northern open lands, or more than 100 people who are living out there. And we deny them dignity, we're compounding the problem of addiction and waste and hopelessness. So these are big issues. It's unfair for me to try to do justice to them in 2 minutes, but the city is now complicit with the Burlington Harbor Marina in allowing them to no trespass me because I'm calling attention to this issue.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Reagan Lafferty, to be followed by Andre Clark. Good evening.
Hi, my name is Keegan, sorry.
Reagan, my apologies.
You're good. All right, first I want to say thank you to the City Council President for listening to what I have to say and giving me a chance to speak, and also thank you to the City Council and the Mayor for your thoughtful leadership and for listening to what I have to say. I'm here on behalf of Big Heavy World. We're a music nonprofit in Burlington. We focus on advocating for musicians and making Burlington's music scene more equal and accessible. We recently developed a licensing platform that gets Vermont artists paid when their music is used in media projects. It gives marketing agencies access to authentic music, and it's a large move toward fair compensation and direct benefit for artists. It also moves the state toward a reputation defined by thoughtful and inclusive exposure of its creative sector, so that's something that we're very proud of, that we've been working on. We're also working with a group of youth in our community to develop a plan for a youth-led and youth-run cultural space and music venue. It's really important that we have programs that engage the youth and give them meaningful experiences because it keeps them away from dangerous alternatives like drug use, violence. So it's really important that we have a space like that that exists in Burlington, and we need the support of the city and its residents in order to effectively provide a space like that. So I just wanted to put that on the forefront of y'all's minds and put it out there. So thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Andre Clark, to be followed by David Marr. Good evening.
Good evening. Is it working? All right, perfect. So my name is Andre. I'm a student in University of Vermont's Master of Public Health program, formerly unhoused. So the state of Vermont is amidst a crisis when it comes to housing their citizens that requires immediate short-term solutions in conjunction with long-term plans for affordable housing. Vermont has the second highest per capita rate of homelessness in the country, behind only California, based on the latest data from the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. The point-in-time count in January 2023 found an 18.5% increase in persons experiencing homelessness in Vermont compared to the prior year. This is an increase of 197% since the pre-pandemic point-in-time count in 2020. This problem has only gotten worse as the state continues to wind down their motel housing program, causing more strain on overburdened social service providers, the housing market, and directly impacting individuals' health and well-being. All of this comes as local shelters are at capacity, and Burlington, where many people are likely to head, has a rental vacancy rate of 1%. This creates a scenario where people are forced to sleep unsheltered due to there being no other options available to them. While the city of Burlington is discussing opening an emergency shelter with up to 30 beds on December 15th, this is not enough beds, and it is being opened too late. Winter is on its way now and will not wait until December 15th to make living outside even more unsafe and unsustainable. There are already over 200 people who are unsheltered and sleeping outside or in places not deemed fit for human habitation. This necessitates an immediate and comprehensive solution to deal with the health and safety hazards inherent to people living unsheltered that include threats to the individual, the community, and the environment. To help remedy this scenario, I propose a policy that allows for sanctioned encampments to take place on public and private land within the city of Burlington, and hope that this can stand as a model for Chittenden County and the rest of Vermont as we move towards a path towards more sustainable housing options. One option to consider is utilizing North Beach Campground, which already has the infrastructure, including bathrooms, showers, and waste receptacles, to house a temporary winter site. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Dave Marr, to be followed by Romeo von Herman. Good evening.
Thank you, and good evening. My name is Dave Marr. I've lived in the Burlington area most of my adult life. I want to talk about the opioid crisis. You know, there are two sides to the opioid equation. There's supply and there's demand. Now, the police are responsible for the supply end, and we're going to hear from them in a little bit about what they're doing about that. But it seems to me we're not doing enough about the demand side of the equation. Hear a lot about harm reduction. We're giving out free syringes, Narcan, and there's talk of safe injection sites. But these actions, they don't reduce demand. If anything, they will increase demand because they make drug use safer. So I think we could all agree that we want to get drug users off the streets and into rehab. But how do we do it? Usually it takes some sort of intervention. And a lot of times the people living on the streets, taking drugs, they don't have someone, a family member, a close friend, who can take the action to do an intervention of that sort. But I've got a suggestion that probably won't be very popular, but I'll make it anyway, and that is to employ involuntary commitment, which is allowed by Vermont law. Now, that may sound harsh, but I did it for my brother who was drinking a quart of vodka a day, and I'm glad I did it. So I think it's a good option for people who are living on the streets and injecting poison into their veins. And, you know, maybe that's not the best option. I'd like to hear other options. But we need to do something different from what we're doing now, or we're not going to solve the problem. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Romeo von Herman, to be followed by David Call. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam President. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to speak to just my support for a couple of resolutions that's already on the books. One being the deliberative item agendas, 6.2 as well as 6.4. But before I go into that, I wanted to show my support for the people of Israel going through such a difficult and unprecedented time today. And they had their own 9/11 over the weekend, and it's been really gut-wrenching to see the families being torn apart, children being hunted down, young adults being shot on sight. It is just heartbreaking to see what's happening over there, and I hope that they get all the support that they need to get back on their feet as best as possible. I don't profess to know the conflict between the Israelis and Palestinians, but it's just heartbreaking to see what's happening over there, and I hope that someday the city or anybody will show them as much support as they need. But beyond that, just wanted to show my support for items 6.2 and 6.4. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is David Call, to be followed by Janet Quayle. I hope I've pronounced that right.
Hit the green button.
Yes. Just make sure the light is on.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Madam Chair, Council, Mayor, I want to say that we're doing the best we can in this community to solve all the issues. I have hope and faith in our society that we will solve some of these major issues. I think sometimes we all look at the negative more than the positive. But I've been a Burlingtonian for a very long time. I want to say also, the Elmwood Avenue shelter is extremely going well, and I am proud of the work that we all have done. And I hope maybe someday we could engage other community members to solve some of these odd issues that we're having now. So I have faith, and that's sometimes what all you need is faith. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Janet Quayle, to be followed by Megan Munir. And again, you'll correct me if I've mispronounced your name. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Jana Quayle. I am a business owner here in downtown Burlington. I own Home and Garden Vermont at 206 College Street. I also live at 40 College Street in number 203. Every day I walk to my shop, every single day, from 40 College Street to 206 College Street. I have been doing this for the past 5 years. 5 years ago, I wasn't nervous. I am nervous now. I'm scared now. It makes me extremely nervous to walk to work, but I'm going to continue to do it. Every day, I walk around tents and people laying on the sides who have made homes in front of Ace Hardware, the old Burton building, sometimes in front of my building. I am sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm tired of being scared. When I go out to take my trash, I have to take my slicer with me, not only because I'm slicing down my box cutters, but because I'm scared about who is going to come around the back of the little recycling container to try to assault me. I have poop on my building. I have graffiti on my roof as of last week. We have taken graffiti down from my building 2 and 3 times. It is costing me money. To get that graffiti off of my roof now, whoever mother is, I have to spend another $600. I'm trying to run a business, a nice business. I sell flowers, I sell encouragement in my building. It's a nice shop, and I want to continue to be there. My husband and I retired here from Hilton Head Island. Oh, to seek a better life.
You can finish the sentence.
Yeah, we tried to come here to seek a better life. And I'm not sure about that now. Anyway, I have a lot more to say, but another time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Megan Monier. I believe that's what it is, but you'll correct me if I'm wrong. And the next speaker will be Michael Nadell.
Hi, I'm Megan Minen. Sorry, it looks like an R. It's an N. I'm
Okay.
Jana's daughter, and she's the reason why we moved here. We've been here now for 12 years from South Carolina, but we live on North Prospect Street. And I similarly, the concern is great for the way that the city has gone, and not only for ourselves, but for the people that are experiencing the crisis that we've seen right now. The conversations that I have with my 8-year-old daughter on our walk to school are conversations about how do we solve this problem? How do we care for these people? And at the same time, how do we keep ourselves safe if something happens? That's a conversation that I'm having with my 8-year-old daughter on the way to school. That's not the conversation that I want to be having and that she wants to be having. She considered writing something because she knew what was happening, like the conversations that are happening here, and she would be here if she could. So I just want to voice my support for 6-2 tonight that we're talking about, and voice her support too as an 8-year-old girl who wants to be active here in local politics and really care and love our community and really see our community thrive once again. I want to see a place where people aren't saying that they are afraid to come downtown, that they're actually excited to come downtown again, to see a place where really, again, all people can thrive. And I know that there are folks that are unhoused, and we need to solve that problem as well, so that we can all feel safe and have a safe place to live, and in the winter have a safe place to live as well. I thank you all for the work that you're doing, and I just hope that we can work together to solve the public safety crisis here that we're having.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Michael Nadell, to be followed by Andrew Voda. Good evening.
My name's Michael Nadell. I live on Peru Street, live within 50 yards of a preschool on Allen Street. I live close to the Elmwood Cemetery. I think the pods on Elmwood are a great program, but they've attracted drug use and transients to the area, and I've watched more people than I care to see shoot up within 50 yards of that preschool and climb the fence over to Elmwood and use the cemetery as a toilet. I don't wish to see that anymore. I've noticed in the police log that there's 3 foot patrols that go up Church Street every day. I don't know if you guys know this, but Elmwood is really close to Church Street. So if they could just continue up Elmwood 3 times a day, perhaps that routine kind of surveillance and foot patrol would detract these drug users and transients who are preying on those people in the pods from using that area as a drug use area. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Andrew Voda, to be followed by Andrew Janais. Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Voda, and I'm a parent and a 25-year resident of Burlington. President Paul, I'm here to thank the Public Safety Committee for authoring the resolution to be discussed later, and I respectfully urge the Council to approve it without further delay. Burlingtonians, myself among them, have grown incredibly frustrated with the situation in our downtown, in our neighborhoods, our parks, and across the city. We are not okay with the level of property crime, brazen drug dealing and use, violent crime, and most of all, people suffering. We want acknowledgement of the situation from our leaders, and we want to hear you say that it is a crisis. We want more data and transparency about what is and isn't happening in response. We want to know why it seems to be getting worse and not better. But most of all, we want action. There are many reasons why we're in the situation that we're in, and we can't do anything about the past. But what you can do now as leaders is to act with urgency and in collaboration with the administration, our dedicated police and fire departments, our state's attorney's office, judicial system, state government, and federal delegation to respond. Thank you for your good work and for the opportunity to speak with you tonight.
Thank you very much. So our next speaker is Andrew Janais. You again will. Wow, okay, I really didn't get that. Thank you, welcome.
So hello everyone, my name is Andrew. I'm a business owner here in Burlington. I'm also a father, a husband, and a homeowner. Prior to any of those blessings, I was a broken individual who moved to a sober living establishment in the south end of Burlington in the summer of 2011 to recover from an opioid addiction. Over the past 12 years, I've helped many people get sober and, more importantly, stay sober. I currently help lead a group known as the Family Restored, which focuses on speaking with families who are impacted by their loved ones in their current state of using. During this meeting, we often teach that enabling can come in many forms, and that engaging in any behavior that is providing comfort to an addict or alcoholic can be detrimental. The desire to change comes from discomfort. I didn't ask for help until I had been arrested and was facing a lengthy prison sentence, as well as my friends and family were no longer willing to provide me any form of comfort. My clients have told me that the only reason that they come downtown is to come see me, and otherwise they refuse to spend money in Burlington as they do not want to support what is taking place. Aside from the business I have worked extremely hard for and wanting to be successful, it pains me to see the current state of Burlington. Downtown is dying. Some families don't feel comfortable walking around, violence is up, and there are multiple overdoses daily. I see myself and the people around downtown afflicted by the illness of addiction, and all I can speak on is what got me better, and that was accountability and tough love. There are countless amounts of others that I know that would agree with these statements. I believe the proposal being discussed is a movement in the correct direction. And in my opinion and in my experience, to keep the focus on the current drug epidemic, that of solely harm reduction will ultimately lead to more overdose deaths. So I thank you, Mr. President, and the rest of the City Council for allowing me the opportunity to share my experience with you. I do believe this is a crucial moment for Burlington, and I appreciate that the Council is focused on the work.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Our next speaker is Eric Kronk, to be followed by Todd LaCroix. Good evening.
Good evening.
Just press the one in the middle where it says push.
Trying.
It's on.
Oh, okay.
It's on.
Good. Thank you for having us this evening. I live downtown, a longstanding member of Burlington, and a common theme I completely support the resolution that's being proposed to address our crisis, our mental health crisis and our opioid crisis in Burlington. Clearly, our humanity wants us to reach out to our brothers and sisters in need, but we also have a multi-layered problem, as we all know. Homelessness oftentimes is overlying a drug problem, which is overlying perhaps a mental health issue, which perhaps might be overlying a host of other issues, going back to childhood trauma brought on by poverty and brought on by lack of positive role models, and on and on and on. So balancing our humanity must be a level of common sense to really find creative solutions to this problem. And I applaud the others who have spoken here tonight, but we need to employ some very creative problem solving on this. The second thing I wanted to say is it's implied in the resolution, and it's been touched upon here tonight. But one example is this, which is quite interesting. So we spent a very nice sum of our treasure to create this beautiful City Hall Park, perhaps one of the great hallmarks to our city. And right now, as we sit here, there's an active drug market happening 50 yards right over there. I walked by it coming here. It's Let's Make a Deal right now, right over there. So I have friends in Chittenden County who quite apprehensively will come downtown in Burlington right now. And we have stores that are leaving. I've seen tourists shoved to the ground on Church Street. So we must take some action to reclaim our city because we're driving people away.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Todd LaCroix, to be followed by Ryan Nick. Good evening.
You people are ridiculous. You say you care about all this stuff, but listen to this. Everybody's like, what? The whole society is in trouble. Yet you guys just want to start wars elsewhere and spend all this money on wars elsewhere, making more homeless in those wars. And then all these refugees that we make with disastrous foreign policy, and we're having to deal with the influx of the damage that we've caused. And here we are dealing with climate refugees on top of it. And then the reason why most people are homeless is because there's no affordable rents and there's no livable wages. That ends up homeless. And then the drugs and the problems usually get exasperated in the desperation of the homelessness and the fact that you guys don't care. You talk about caring, but yet here you have spent 12 years since I was abused and tortured by the Burlington police, just dehumanizing me. You are using the police to harass me and help destroy my life. I am literally being prosecuted for stuff that is insane right now. And yet you're smiling while you're doing it to me, giving me $500 tickets for walking my bike, for speaking out for police reform. That happened the day after you cut off my mic and supported the violation of my civil rights. Yes, you are harassing me outside and violating my civil rights and destroying my life. And you're enjoying it. And you're doing it to all the kids out there, and you're doing it to your children too. And other people's children all over the world.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Ryan Nick, to be followed by Morgan Hillenbrand. Good evening.
Thank you. Thank you for the time to speak tonight. I'm Ryan Nick, a Ward 8 resident and a downtown employee, and I'd like to take this time to emphasize and reiterate the urgency of the problems we face downtown. The resolution you're considering tonight is a great first step, but I strongly encourage you to pass it as is and move quickly on to taking actions that will improve the situation of our city. The systems in place right now are not compassionate for anyone and fail the most vulnerable of our residents. This summer has shown just how far Burlington has fallen, and immediate action is required to get people the help that they need. Please do not delay further with amendments that weaken the resolution. Be thoughtful in your actions, but please pick up the pace. We cannot wait any longer, and the inaction at the local and state level has been disheartening. I hope the council continues to publicly call for action and funding from our state government, as well as data from our prosecutorial and judicial systems. The atmosphere downtown is one of fear, anger, and despair amongst a wide range of community members, and we feel abandoned by our leaders. We have seen businesses closing downtown, and the ones that remain open cannot find employees for fear of their own safety. Downtowns fail slowly and then all at once. Please help us turn the ship around. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Morgan Hillenbrand, to be followed by Chad Mangan. Good evening.
Evening. Nope, there we go. Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Morgan Hillenbrand, and I live in Burlington with my husband and my 2 kids. I'm a working mom, and for the past 20 years, I've worked on State Department and USAID initiatives overseas. I'm speaking tonight as a concerned parent and a career development specialist that has spent most of my life working with communities in crisis. I believe that we're framing the discussion of the opioid crisis in a way that's limiting our thinking and trapping us in a zero-sum game where we feel we only have 2 approaches to the problem: harm reduction or law enforcement, which folks feel are diametrically opposed. The reality is that we have 2 crises in town, and we need to use both of these approaches. The first crisis is a humanitarian crisis, where a large population of sick, unhoused, vulnerable people are physically, mentally, and spiritually brutalized by their disease. A humanitarian response to the crisis is required, which means services, food, water, shelter, and yes, harm reduction strategies as part of the solution. But we also have a governance crisis, and rule of law has been compromised in Burlington. We have high crime, drug trafficking, public drug consumption, home invasion, auto theft, and a host of other issues. Community faith in the leaders responsible for upholding the rule of law is compromised. Trust between the police and the community is compromised. Criminals thrive during humanitarian crises and the chaos that ensues. Holding them accountable is part of the job of a humanitarian response. Without rule of law, societies cannot function, and I have lived and worked in many of them. The economics of this town are based on people feeling safe here. I ask our council leaders to pass the resolution and provide care for the vulnerable groups in our community while also upholding the rule of law. Thank you so much for your work and your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Chad Mangan, to be followed by Ann Tewksbury Fry. Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Council. My name is Chad Mangan. I live in the south end of Burlington. I grew up in Burlington. I've been around Burlington my whole life, and I can say without a doubt that the rampant drug use and violent theft is at an all-time high. The services that we're providing are apparently attracting people who don't respect our community. Example being doing drugs in public, littering, needles especially being the concern there. I'm sure we've all had our experiences. Additionally, I think if we're going to provide these services, we should provide them in a way that discourage drug use rather than allowing without any repercussions to do drugs and benefit from the services and programs that we offer while acting in a non-neighborly fashion. I'm a dad of a toddler, and I choose not to bring my family to the new City Hall Park because of these issues. These aren't back alley drug users. They're open in City Hall Park, and it doesn't feel safe for me or my family, and that's the first time I felt that way in the city.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Ann Tewksbury Fry, to be followed by Brian Boardman. Good evening.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ann Tewksbury Fry. I'm a resident of Burlington.
I'm a longtime former teacher in the Old North End, presently teaching at St. Mike's, and I'm honored to be here as the president of a nonprofit that you may not know about in Burlington called JUMP. JUMP stands for Joint Urban Ministry Project, and it's been happening in Burlington for 35 years. I'm just here to let you know during this incredibly important evening that we are here and we are helping and hoping to continue to serve the population that you are talking about. JUMP is a nonprofit 5013 organization with interfaith roots and support that provides practical resources, hospitality, and thoughtful referrals to people in need. JUMP was founded in 1988 and is supported by 28 Vermont faith communities, foundations, local agencies and partners, businesses, individual donors, volunteers, and committed leadership and a gifted staff. We provide gift cards to local grocery stores and thrift stores, vouchers to the laundromat, as well as helping people to pay the utility bills so they won't get shut off. Since January of 2023, JUMP has served 984 households representing nearly 2,000 individuals. We assist residents of Chittenden County once every 3 months. The continued housing crisis, those struggling with their mental health, and increase in drug use in Chittenden County has risen to a crisis level. And we know that. We're open 2 mornings a week at the First Congregational Church on South Winooski Avenue. I would like to be able to, I want you to know that we're there and we're doing our best, and we would love to be connected with the City Council. I have business cards that are a little bit enlarged because I had a lot to say on the back, and is there a way, Madam Chairman, that I can get them to people on the council?
I'm sure that the CAO would be happy to take them off your hands, and we'll each get one. Thank you so much. Thank you. Our next speaker is Brian Boardman, to be followed by Lee Morrigan. Good evening.
Good evening. Are we on?
You don't need to press one of those, just the microphone.
Okay, great.
Or it should be on.
We are. My name is Brian Boardman. I'm a resident of Burlington. I grew up here, and I was not going to speak tonight, but I had a really disturbing experience Saturday being downtown, just trying to get cash out of the community bank ATM, and there were people behind the bank, 8 or 10 different people camping, hanging out, and it's for the first time in my life, this was in broad daylight, 10 in the morning, I really felt unsafe in my own city, and it just really, it just hurt to the core, and though I already knew there was a problem. I'm in recovery, and the first step in recovery for any addict is to acknowledge the problem and then recover, move forward to recovery. The city of Burlington is at that point now. We need to acknowledge that there's a problem and move and take the steps to move forward to get into recovery and take care of this problem. The solution is the resolution that's on the table. It doesn't need to be changed. It needs to be voted on tonight and approved so we can move forward and bring Burlington back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Lee Morrigan, to be followed by Isabella Farron. Good evening, Lee.
Hi, folks. My name is Lee Morrigan. I live in Ward 7, and tonight I will add that I am also an alcoholic and a drug addict. I'm able to sit in front of you here tonight because of a very complicated blend of harm reduction and enforcement. In 2007, I had an overdose that knocked out my ability to talk. I sustained a chemical traumatic brain injury, and I was involuntarily committed to a mental health institution. I was no stranger to mental health hospitals, but that was my first involuntary commitment, and it was very different. When I discharged, my psychiatrist, who I had been keeping in the dark about a lot of my stuff, I told him I drank occasionally, but he found out through my hospitalization that I was in alcohol-induced hepatitis and in the early stages of liver failure, and I could no longer talk very well. So he used the powers of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts to seek the appointment of my guardianship and told me if I did not want to live in an institution against my will, I had to get clean and sober for a certain amount of time. My intention was to get clean and sober and get out of trouble and continue drinking, and that's exactly what I did. And 2 hours into a relapse, I wound up in front of more people who got to make decisions about me. And while it was very difficult to go through that, I'm grateful for it. I know I never would have chose to get sober. I know that. I was in liver failure and I couldn't talk, and I thought it wasn't that bad yet. So, you know, I think we need to not fall into the trap of thinking one answer is how to do it. Because I know if there was just one focus with me, it never would have happened. And I give a lot to this city. And say what you will about me, I show up. And my life and what I lived through, I will show up when it's hard, I show up when it's easy, and I'm really glad to be able to share my story with you tonight. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Isabella Fern, to be followed by Christopher Aaron Felker.
Hi, my name's Bella Fern. I use she, her pronouns, and I live in Ward 3. I'm here today with my friends and neighbors asking you to support harm reduction instead of increasing use of law enforcement and imprisonment for those struggling with drug misuse. As much as I'm tempted to read off compelling statistics, and I'm more tempted and compelled to tell my family's story. 2 years ago, while I was moving into my Park Street apartment, I received a call from my sister. We had lost our cousin to an overdose. She was 23. She had a bright future ahead of her and a family who loved her deeply. Before this event, she had encounters with law enforcement because of possession, but nothing meaningful was done. On that day, she had her and a friend had overdosed in her car, with no one there to support her, no one there to save her. If she had a place to go, like a safe injection site, maybe she would still be alive today. Maybe, like 1 in 5 people who use safe injection sites, she would have gotten the support that she needed. If we continue to villainize those who use drugs and deal with their issues through increased enforcement rather than compassion, nothing will happen but more casualties of this war on drugs. When we use incarceration and the criminal punishment system to solve this crisis, we push people into the shadows. We push people into their cars. We push people to their death. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Christopher Aaron Felker, and then we will proceed with Burlington residents who are joining us online. Good evening.
Good evening. So it's been over 10 years since Governor Shumlin dedicated the State of the State address to it focusing on the heroin crisis at the time. In that amount of time, this state has opened zero additional inpatient treatment beds. As a matter of fact, we've lost inpatient treatment beds. It's incredibly upsetting to me on a deeply personal level that politicians in this state tend to talk about the addiction crisis every 18 months, and yet they can't manage to get anything accomplished in the last 10 years of real value. We can't open beds. This is a multi-layer failure of every level of governance in this state, from Governor Scott's office to the regulatory agencies, to the state's attorney's office, to right down here to Burlington. We need to work together to find solutions. I'm 44 years old, and I've never seen so much despair and hopelessness in my entire life that I see on the streets today. We talk about harm reduction. harm reduction is a very broad term that is all-encompassing. I support needle exchanges. I support Narcan. I support fentanyl test strips. I do not support illicit injection sites or safe injection sites or safe consumption facilities or whatever your focus groups tell you is the least repugnant branding for this type of center. The data is clear. Clients of these so-called safe injection facilities tend to utilize them every 10 to 14 days, but we know that fentanyl addicts are shooting up 7, 8, 10 times a day. Safe injection facilities will do absolutely nothing to stop people who are smoking crack and meth on our streets. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So we will now move to those people who wish to speak online, and we'll set up a timer on the screen over here. Thanks very much. No, it's fine. So the first person who is joining us to speak online is Kyle Dodson. And Kyle, I have found you and enabled your microphone. If you unmute, you should be able to speak.
Hey there, Chairwoman Karen. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Wow, look at that technology. I just want to say it's inspiring and moving to hear all my fellow Burlingtonians speaking out tonight. I just wanted to reach out with encouragement for everyone. We're in a tough time, and we're moving to a tougher time. The issues we're facing seem irreconcilable. I don't know what the solutions are to the challenges with mental health crises, opiate crises, homelessness crises, and it's going to take us a while to move through them. What I'm interested in personally, and as the CEO of the Y, is making sure that we move through these challenges with the greatest amount of cohesion, unification, and togetherness as possible. Next year, the election year with the national election and now our own mayoral void that we're hoping great people who want to serve our community will step up, but it's going to be tough. It'll only be tougher if we're at each other's throats. So we have a challenge of getting all the voices in the room right. It's been wonderful to people who came to speak up tonight, but for each of us who came to speak up, there's 10, 50, 100 people who are at home. They're jaded, they're cynical, they're disconnected, they're living their lives, and we got to figure out how to get more of us talking. Thank you to the council. Thank you to all my fellow Burlingtonians. We at the Y are going to be presenting some opportunities for convening and talking about these issues. So I just want to say, I hope all you know how much I care about this community, and I don't have answers, but I certainly have a lot of love for all y'all. That's about it.
Thank you very much, Kyle. Our next speaker, this is definitely going to be a name that will challenge me, is Tomas Skizpiorski. And I don't find that name on Zoom. However, I do find someone with the same last name, so I'm going to assume that they're related, and will allow that microphone to be enabled. It's Alexis Skizpiorski. So all you need to do is unmute on your end, and we'll be able to hear you. I believe I've located the right person, and you are muted on your end. So what we'll do is we'll go to the next person in the queue, and then we will come back. To this person. The next person is Kelly Kimball, and I don't see anyone online with that name. If you are on Zoom with a different name, just simply use the raise hand function and I will find you. The next speaker is Sharon Busher, and
President Paul, point of information.
Yeah.
I do see a raised hand here. It is from a different name.
okay, well, we'll see.
Would you like me to enable?
Sure,
that
so
person?
it's under the, just one name, Robin?
Yes.
Robin, are you one of the two people that I had just called off? And you just need to unmute yourself. Oh, you have.
One of the two people that we just called up. No.
I'm sorry, what?
I am not one of those two people. I
Okay.
am not one of those two people.
Okay, so have you signed up to speak? Did you sign up to speak, or just so that I know which person you are in the queue?
I already removed her permission to speak. I was a little happy there with the button.
Okay. The next person that is in the queue is Kelly Kimball, and as I've said, I cannot find Kelly. So please use the raise hand function, and I will attempt to find you as we move on in the queue. The next person in the queue was Sharon Busher, and I don't see you online, or do not see you online. So again, please use the raise hand function. The next person is Mary Cox, and Mary, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak if you just unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay, so I'm speaking in favor of item 6.2, the resolution having to do with substance abuse. And I like the whole spirit of the resolution. I like the things that are in it. One of the things in particular is the willingness to try innovative things. And my family's been the beneficiary of a program in California that tackles one small portion of the problem through a felony diversion program with low-level felonies committed by a person that has one of 3 specific mental health diagnoses, but virtually all of them end up also having a drug abuse, substance abuse problem. And it's a long 2-year program with inpatient for a year in a mental health facility, and then in a board and care for another year. And what's interesting about this program is that it was actually started by the judges in the Riverside County, and they just decided they needed to do something different other than putting people with mental health problems into the jails where they really don't get the help that they need. And so through this other program, it's a very long program. It gives people a chance to learn how to have a different life. And I'm looking forward to sharing more about this at a public safety committee meeting. But I just wanted to say that I think that there are things all around the country that people are doing that are innovative approaches to different parts of the problem. And that if we can just cobble these together, that we could maybe make some strides in the right direction. One other point is that the Riverside County started this program with 0 funding. So there was simply a willingness of the courts and of the community and of the providers to do something to solve the problem. 3 years later, they're doing great. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Jill Bottolato, and Jill, I have found you, enabled your microphone. You just need to unmute on your end.
Am I here?
Yes, we can hear you.
Am I here?
Yes, you are.
Okay, cool. I just wanted to say thank you for this much-needed dialogue. As you all know, I've been pushing for this, and it makes me very hopeful that we can all come together as the community that I moved here for and so many people moved here for, and be together and get innovative and solve this problem together and bring our community back for everybody. And I think I just really want for everyone to push for the resolution that we all worked really hard on, or the subcommittee worked really hard on, to be pushed through as is, because I think a lot of thought was given to that, and I think that's a way to quickly and urgently move forward. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jill. The next person in the queue is Rachel Siegel, and Rachel, is Rachel here in person? No. I can't find you online, so if you can just use the raise hand function, I will find you.
President Paul, I don't believe
Yes.
Rachel's able to join us this evening. She's in transit back from a trip, so
Okay.
she won't be able to make
All
it.
right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much. The next person in the queue is Claire Wool. And Claire, I have found you, enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak. Just unmute on your side.
Thank you. Thank you, President Paul. Thank you, city councilors. Thank you, citizens of Burlington that are present tonight. On behalf of myself and our family, I want to extend great appreciation for the resolution that was approved by the Public Safety Subcommittee. I urge the city council to approve it tonight. As is, I want to also acknowledge Morgan Hillenbrand's public comment tonight. Incredibly valuable as a citizen and a caring member of our society with experience. I want to thank you again on behalf of all the citizens of Burlington listening tonight. It is an incredibly critical time for our city. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Claire. Our next speaker is Tony Finnegan. And Tony, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak. Just unmute on your end.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. And I am a resident of Burlington. I live at 77 Residences on Pine Street. We gather often, many of us residents, and talk about the issues and how we're all feeling and how are you staying safe. And it's become a more frequent conversation over the last year and a half that I've lived in the building. And I know that there's a lot of concern. I know some people want to leave the area. I have friends that won't come downtown to see me. I didn't want to go into the meeting tonight because it's after dark and it's 3 blocks from my apartment and I don't want to walk alone at night. So I am here asking you to please adopt the 6.2 resolution as is. This is a crisis, and I think something needs to happen. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker is Tracy Morin, and Tracy, I believe I have found you and enabled your microphone. You just simply need to unmute on your end. Somehow I unmuted you and lost you. Don't think. Let's see. I will come back to you. For some reason, as soon as you were unmuted, I lost you. I lost you on Zoom. So if you do come back, please reuse the raise hand function, and I'm happy to recognize you. The other names that I called before were Tomas Szympiorski, and I do see someone with that same last name. I'll try it again, just in case that is the correct person. You just simply need to unmute on your end. First name of Alexis. And the other name was Kelly Kimball, who I do not see on Zoom. and then Tracy Moran. Look one more time. I don't see either of those two people on Zoom. If you do come on, please use the raise hand function. I do see someone who's using the raise hand function. Please go ahead. I'm not sure. There's no name on it, so if you can just identify yourself, please.
I will. This is Sharon Busher.
Oh, okay.
I'm not sure why my name didn't come across for you, but thank you so much. This was a very I don't know, complicated and yet encouraging public forum. It was something that I'm really glad I had a chance to listen to, because so many people with so many perspectives came together to offer their insights into the crisis that we all face, and I was encouraged by that. I certainly support the resolution that the Public Safety Committee put forward. It's lengthy and it's complicated, just like the opioid crisis is. But I also wanted to say that I also support on your agenda the recommendation by the Burlington Fire Department, their proposal for the overdose response team pilot. I think that's innovative and will be incredibly helpful. And the other comment that I made at the Board of Finance was the other agenda item, which has to do with the warming shelters, which someone spoke to the fact that, as I had said at the Board of Finance, that our climate gets colder before December 15th. And I don't know whether there's monies or resources to have that open before that time period, whether it could be like December 1st. I don't know if that obstacle is, if there are other obstacles that prevent that from happening, but I'd appreciate that consideration. And then the last thing that I mentioned was there was a suggestion of a morning snack, and I had suggested with food insecurity, maybe it could be breakfast, hot oatmeal, raisins, brown sugar, nothing fancy, but something warm to get their day started. So thank you for listening to my comments. I wanted to make them again so that the full council could hear them. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We will leave Zoom for a few moments and go back into Contois. There is a non-Burlington resident who is patiently waiting to speak, that being Kelly Devine. Good evening.
I don't have the good fortune to live in Burlington, but I do represent several hundred businesses here. I can't really say anything more than your own residents said tonight. We are in a crisis, and I'm going to ask the council to act swiftly on the public safety resolution, which something that I attended the committee meetings to work on, and I think we got some good work done there. It's just the beginning. We have a long road ahead of us. And I would say that while I'm very supportive of that resolution, I think we need absolutely some immediate action to help relieve the pressure that is on our downtown. We have a downtown that is only, I think, 19 blocks. And I hear a lot of references to San Francisco. Other US cities are facing these same kind of crises. I don't know that many of them are facing them in such a small, concentrated area. If we lose the vibrancy of our downtown, I think we lose something that's really important to Burlington. We can certainly, continue down the path that we've been on and see what happens with that. But I know from a lot of research I've done that losing a vibrant downtown is very difficult to reclaim. I also would like to speak about the warming shelter. There was a social media spread that said the Burlington Business Association is not supportive of warming shelters. That's absolutely not the truth. We were actively involved in the program starting in 2015, had a board member of ours on the advisory committee. I do think that there is a place for that. I do think that given the crisis that we're under, the state of our downtown, and the weight that is on our downtown already, that I'm concerned about how we make sure that we manage the behaviors that seem to gravitate to that periphery of an organization like that. And I hope that the city will take that seriously. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll return. There is no one else who signed up to speak in Contois. So we will return to Zoom and finish our public forum with a couple of people, non-Burlington residents who had requested to speak. And the first person is Daphne Hewitt. And Daphne, I'm unable to locate you on Zoom. You can use the raise hand function if I'm missing you. The next person is Mariah Flynn, and Mariah, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak. Just unmute yourself.
Hello. I'm sorry I'm not able to join you all in person this evening. For counselors I haven't met yet, my name is Mariah Flynn. I'm the director of the Burlington Partnership for a Healthy Community, or BPHC. I'm also a certified prevention specialist. BPHC is a local coalition focused on addressing the causes and consequences of substance misuse in Burlington. We want to applaud the council and the city for your tireless dedication to finding solutions to the addiction crisis and to share our support for the resolution presented in item 6.2 to increase community attention and resources to this important issue. We're also aware of how important this resolution is, and we know how much you all want to get it right. So I came here before you today to also draw attention to a gap our team saw in the resolution. Substance use is impacting everyone in our community in some way, and our team has seen and been a part of efforts to reduce harm and create comprehensive community response to support people with substance use disorder and get them the help that they deserve. But at the same time, we've seen little attention and dwindling resources to support strategies that prevent the development of a substance use disorder or addiction. I want to speak to advocate for more in your resolution that focuses on increasing protective factors in the community that have been proven to reduce high-risk substance use. Substance use prevention work is not a crisis response, but it's the steady long-term investment in policies and practices and education and community assets that prevent the constant need for a crisis response. I would strongly urge the city as part of this resolution to make that written commitment to community level prevention strategies that are proven to prevent substance misuse and increase public health. Myself and our team and coalition partners at BPHC are dedicated and informed and already ready to do this work. We're here as partners to support you in your next steps. Please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you so much for your time.
Great. Thank you so much, Mariah. The next person who had asked to speak is Andy Blanchette. And Andy, I have found you and enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak now.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Good evening.
Thank you. My name is Andy Blanchette. I'm a resident of Winooski, but I am president of AFSCME 1674, which is the Howard Center Workers Union. I'm here to discuss a bit about what a worker from the Chittenden Clinic in South Burlington has had to say about the city's response to the opiate epidemic, and I also want to share my own experiences. So firstly, I want to let you know that I am personally, as president of AFSCME 1674, in support of the resolution 6.2. A question I think we need to ask ourselves are, do business owners and reactionary citizens want people to just disappear out of sight to no longer make us nervous, or do we want people to live? Are we serious about working class people being able to literally live, or do we want working class people in poverty to just disappear? Do we allow business owners in Burlington to continue to dictate public health policy, or do we look towards those with evidence-based solutions to lead the way? A quote from someone that works at the clinic, who is a member of our union, said, "If the city were serious about harm reduction, there would have already been low-barrier methadone clinics located downtown years ago, or some movement towards safe supply. Now the city can't even address wound care, let alone public housing. I'm tired of the theater. The thing the city has most control over is housing, and all they seem to want to do is do literally anything but build actual public housing. After watching the city of Burlington fail for over 7 years straight, I don't imagine the next 7 will be any different. I would like to share that I think if we interrogate our not in my backyard attitudes towards harm reduction, and we take actionable steps to try to reduce death, we will have a better community. I think when folks are talking about we need an immediate solution, there are evidence-based solutions that we can enact right away if that is what we want to do. And the last thing I wanted to just echo here is that there is proactive solutions. And if we continue down reactionary, short-sighted, or lackluster policies, we will find ourselves in a worse situation in 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And the last person who has signed up to speak is Peter Duval. And Peter, I've enabled your microphone. You should be able to speak. Just simply unmute on your end.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. My name is Peter Duval. I live in Underhill, and my comments relate to the McNeil generating station and the proposed steam transmission line between McNeil and the hospital. Running any organization, whether it's a business, city, or utility, is a series of decisions about using available resources. The decisions are not zero-sum, but budgeting priorities are often pitted against each other. In that spirit, do take a look at the finances of the McNeil generating station, which is a drag on the city and the state. There are many entities that should be carefully monitoring the plant's finances and the rationale for its continued operation, including McNeil joint owners, which are 10 Vermont utilities, including Burlington Electric Department, which owns 50% of the plant and operates the plant on behalf of the other utilities in the state. There's the Vermont Public Service Department, Public Utility Commission, who also have oversight responsibility, as do the members of the Burlington Electric Commission. City councilors, don't let the bystander effect cause you to think that others are fulfilling their duty to be diligent in the operation of the plant. Keep your attention on the business risks and costs that are involved in continuing to operate the plant and the effect those risks have on the proposed steam transmission pipe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that concludes the people who have signed up to speak during public forum. Thank you all for being here. Thank you all for coming to speak during public forum. We will continue with our agenda at 7:31. I believe that 8:31. I believe that our Local Control Commission and Local Cannabis Control Commission were called for this hour. So we will go to the next item on our council agenda and then recess for a few moments to complete those items. The next item on our agenda is item number 4, which is climate emergency reports. Is there any counselor or the administration who wishes to offer a climate emergency report? Councilor Bergman.
I just want to briefly talk about this. These are clearly times that try our souls, as Thomas Paine said a long time ago. And one of the things that we have is a crisis around the existence of habitable planets. So I don't mean to take away much time on this really critical public safety in Burlington, but the climate crisis is really important. And we have as a council before us a carbon fee ordinance, and we've got issues, as you've just heard, related to the burning of wood to do thermal heating up at the hospital. It's been my opinion that we need all the non-emitting sources of power generation and electricity as we possibly can, and that includes the incentivization and the de-incentivization, or the regulation of those sources of power. So I just want to mention that we have heard, and we will, I think, continue to hear about thermal energy networks. These are networks in buildings that are mostly newly built, but can also be for rehab buildings that link a variety of heat sources, including, and I think it's very significant, the tremendous amount of waste heat that particularly larger entities have. I think that the ordinance committee could take that up as one of the explicit items that we exempt from the fee. As a first step, I think that we at the TUC and maybe the ordinance committee, as well as the administration's permitting and inspections department, can look at changes in our building and zoning ordinances to make this happen. South Burlington is making some efforts on solar ready, and this is another area that we've got a tremendous opportunity to do our place to stop or to mitigate or to lessen the burning of the planet that we seem as a species intent on doing. So thank you for letting me take this time.
Thank you so much, Councilor Bergman. Is there any other councilor or the administration who wishes to offer a climate emergency report? Seeing none, before we get to our consent and deliberative agendas, well, we'll close out item number 4 and call to, we do have, as I had said, a local control commission and a local cannabis control commission meeting that we need to attend to. They're very brief, but we do need to get to them. So we will recess the council meeting at 8:34 and call to order the local cannabis control commission meeting at the same time, at the same hour. The first item on our agenda is 1.1. Is there a motion to accept the agenda?
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Shannon, Chair of the License Committee, seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We have our agenda, which leads us to the next item on our agenda, number 2, which is 2023 cannabis applications. We have one application this evening for Verdant Wisdom LLC. And it has been our practice to ask if owners of a business are present with us this evening, either in person or on Zoom, and they're welcome to come forward to introduce themselves and their business. They're under no obligation to do so, but because we have so little information on these businesses, this is an opportunity to make yourselves known if you wish to do so. And I will look online to see if there's anyone who is using the raise hand function. Oh, good evening.
Good evening. My name is Ishmael Ahmed, and I actually use the Vermont pronunciation of the word verdant, verdant wisdom. So it's basically a micro cannabis grow using basically old school land-raised seeds that have been grown in Vermont for quite some time. So, you have any questions or concerns?
Doesn't seem so, okay. But we're glad we're glad that you came, and thank you for telling us about your business.
Thank you.
With that, we will go to item 2.1, which is the application for Verdant Wisdom LLC. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to approve and authorize transmission of local approval for Verdant Wisdom LLC to the State Cannabis Control Board.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon. Seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That passes unanimously. And seeing no other items on this agenda and hearing no objection, we will adjourn the local Cannabis Control Commission meeting at 8:37 and call to order the local Control Commission meeting. The first item is item 1.1, motion to adopt the agenda. Commissioner Shannon.
Move to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon, seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We have our agenda. Our next item is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to move the consent agenda and take the actions indicated?
So moved.
Thank you, Commissioner Shannon, seconded by Commissioner Travers. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously, which leads us to seeing no other items on that agenda and hearing no objection, we'll adjourn the Local Control Commission meeting at 8:38 and resume the recess City Council meeting at the same hour. So returning to our council agenda, we will continue with item number 5, which is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to move our consent agenda and take the actions indicated?
So moved.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon, seconded by Councilor Jang. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. We've approved our consent agenda, which brings us to our deliberative agenda. And we have 4 items on our deliberative agenda. Where appropriate, there were time limits set on each item, which we have agreed to by approving our agenda. And we will do our best to keep to our agenda. The first item on the agenda is 6.1, which is a communication from Lieutenant Mike Beliveau and Deputy Chief Brian Labarge, the Burlington Police Department, a presentation regarding the Drug Crimes Unit. And for this item, I will go to Mayor Weinberger for an introduction.
Thank you, President Paul. And thank you all for coming and being part of this conversation tonight. I do just want to give a little bit of roadmap for people. I know we're starting to lose people, but for people watching at home, are still with us. We're going to have this presentation from the Burlington Police Department on the city's ongoing drug enforcement efforts in a moment. Later tonight, after this item, the council will be taking action on 2 related items that deal with aspects of the challenges we're facing in a vote to approve the creation of a new winter warming shelter and a new fire department initiative that has come up through the ranks and through the chief to have a new fire department-led response to the enormous number of overdoses that we're experiencing. And I mentioned that to invite people to stay, but also I think it points out that as we face these challenges, the city is acting on many fronts to try to respond. I very much welcome all of you coming tonight. It is, I consider many of you in the room friends, neighbors, colleagues, people I've worked with in various ways for years. And it is, I think, an important community conversation that we're having with you all in the room. I spend a great deal of my day-to-day time right now having conversations like this with various stakeholders, constituents, residents in different parts of the city, especially in and around the downtown. I think it is welcome to have this in this public forum. We have not always had consensus at this table on public safety items in the past. That has changed over the last couple of years. We have had much greater consensus since the fall of 2021 on most public safety issues. I think with your strong voices tonight and passion behind what's said, I'm hopeful we'll be moving forward with even more consensus going forward. I'd like to take just a moment before handing over the microphone to the police department to take a step back and I think try to share from my perspective some answers to questions that I think are underlying a lot of the statements made tonight and certainly underlying what I'm feeling from residents day in and day out. There is this real question and concern about what is going on, why we are seeing so much more drug use in the downtown, and oftentimes a real question about what the city and others are doing about these crises. From my perspective, the answer to what's going on, it has been fairly clear for a couple of years now. We have had dramatic shifts in 3 major areas since 2020. The most dramatic change is that fentanyl and meth have become the dominant drugs here in Burlington and nationally, and these drugs have a far worse impacts on the people suffering from addiction and on the community around them than prior opioid drugs did. There's also been a real shift with homelessness. We have seen an enormous increase in the number of people who are unsheltered in this community, even just over the last few months. There was approximately, in the spring, 100 people in this community living unsheltered. That has risen to approximately 270 today. A lot of that came in the immediate wake of the state ending of the motel-hotel program that overnight put about 200 Chittenden County residents on the streets. A third major change since 2020, of course, is that our police department's ability to respond to issues in the downtown, in the city, is substantially less than it was just a few years ago, with us down about 40% from our peak of just a few years ago. Following the council vote to eliminate 30% of our officers, that decision has been reversed, and we are building that department back, but we are still suffering from the effects of that decision. So what is the city doing about these three areas? Tonight is not a place to offer a detailed briefing on each of these. We are going to hear about the police department. I do just want to summarize as quickly as I can what we are doing in each of these three areas. First of all, with the police rebuilding. We are a little more than a year since the council approved the rebuilding plan, and that rebuilding plan is on track according to the timetable laid out by the chief a little more than a year ago. We are up now to almost 70 officers from a low of 60, and we have also added substantial other public safety resources, community service officers, community service liaisons, park rangers, and all that is starting to have a positive impact, and you will see in the presentation tonight how the resources specifically that the police department has for addressing the drug crisis have taken a hit over the last few years, but have stayed in place and continue to work hard, and how as we take the next steps of the rebuilding, and as we all anticipate get to the mid-70s and officers by next spring, how we will see a restoration of some of the drug enforcement activity that we've had in the past. Responding to the drug crisis continues to be a top focus of mine and the city, as it has been since 2016. I continue to host a monthly meeting we call Community Stat that brings together literally dozens of stakeholders who have some aspect of this work on a monthly basis. When we have these Community Stat meetings, we have in the room law enforcement officers, prosecutors, defense attorneys, housers, doctors, drug treatment professionals, and many people who have had lived experience in one way or another with this challenge, including parents who have lost children, as well as people that are in recovery themselves. Our effort is led by an individual who works for the city who is in recovery and is extremely committed to this issue. For a number of years, these efforts were clearly working. This was a top priority the day Chief Del Pozo was sworn in the fall of 2015. I asked him to review our drug crisis response, and he did so. And in the years, particularly 2018 and 2019, we were making progress with these issues. The number of overdose deaths in Chittenden County went down by 50%. It stayed at that level in 2019. It was dramatic a drop as any improvement in the country, and it came as we had mounted as robust a local effort to address the drug crisis as any community in the country. We dramatically changed prescribing practices, we expanded treatment access, and more. That all changed. The nature of this crisis changed dramatically in 2020 when fentanyl became the dominant drug opioid in this community. It is a long and detailed story why it changed so dramatically. To summarize just a few points that I think point to how dramatically our challenge is different now. the main medicine that we had for treating people suffering from opioid use disorder in 2019 is no longer nearly as effective. It simply doesn't work with fentanyl. People go into withdrawal if they attempt to take the medicine and they give up and won't take it. The nature of people's addictions has changed dramatically. It used to be before 2020 that people would take an illicit opioid 2 or 3 times a day, every 8 to 10 hours. Now with fentanyl, people go almost immediately into withdrawal after taking the drug. They need to take a new dose of fentanyl every 2 hours. It is a dramatically different addiction. It is an addiction that is only possible because the price of drugs has dropped just precipitously. Where we used to monitor the price of drugs in the hundreds of dollars per gram, and we see that as some level of our enforcement success. My understanding now is a hit of fentanyl can be obtained for less than $1 in many cases. And so it's just a dramatically different drug to try to interdict and intervene with. But we still have these meetings, we still convene, we still try to grapple with the changes in this problem. Out of these efforts come changes like the ones that will be approved later tonight. Other recent changes have involved investing in Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform to have a downtown site. This has gotten more than 150 people, I believe, now into treatment that the state systems were previously missing. Only the city will fund this kind of intervention. We have brought new public health approaches to the homeless shelters to try to make those shelters a vector into recovery. We've added social workers at the Burlington Police Department. We are supporting, there's a new needle exchange program that is just now being launched by the Howard Center to try to respond to just the extreme increase in the needs that we're seeing, needles that are being seen around the city. We have received $230,000 of opioid settlement funds from the national lawsuits that have been settling over the last few years. This is just the beginning of money that is flowing to the city. We have already committed to some of the efforts I just listed and others. All of that money and more, we are moving with urgency to get that money into the field to try to positively impact what we're experiencing. We do need, because local government has been given a voice on how the state uses its funds, which is a departure from the tobacco settlements in the past out of a sense that those monies were not used to effectively address the problem. Through the settlements, half the seats on this advisory settlement committee go to local governments, and I'm serving on that advisory committee as well as this other individual I referenced who works on this challenge for us, and there are others in Chittenden County who are on there. We have made more than $8.5 million in recommendations for how the state should be investing to expand and improve access to treatment. And we got an update on, the legislature actually approved those recommendations, almost accepted entirely what we had recommended in May. We got an update from the Department of Health in August about the implementation efforts, and we're discouraged to hear that very little had been done to put that money on the street and start to positively impact this issue. Not only that, we also learned that the state has already received another $13.5 million of funds that the legislature hasn't even begun to grapple with appropriating yet. I raised alarm at that issue as this happened. Others did as well, and I am happy to say I was at a meeting with the Department of Health Commissioner Levine last week where it is clear that in the last 6 weeks the state has begun to move with some greater urgency to get this money on the street. I welcome that the resolution calls out explicitly the help we need from the state to get this money invested and leading to improvement. Finally, the city is aggressively leading the response to homelessness. We will have a greater discussion about this later tonight as we talk about this winter shelter. We here too are in a deep hole that has been built up over many years and has been exacerbated dramatically by the pandemic and the substantial number of people moving into Vermont in recent years because of how well we did during the pandemic. Our housing production has not nearly kept up with the demand. We are trying to change that. As we sit here right now, we have either completed or have in construction nearly 900 new homes. It is as much as the city in its history, I think, has ever had getting built at one time. We also have a new special assistant to end homelessness, Sarah Russell, who will be giving a presentation later on, that is trying to mount emergency responses until that supply can catch up. I firmly believe that homelessness primarily is a housing problem, and we simply don't have nearly enough housing. We are engaged in both long-term and short-term efforts to address it, and if you're interested in hearing more, you can please stick around for the later presentation. The city can't do this work alone, and when we ask what should happen next, I really welcome that this resolution calls out action from others, because I do believe even the great city of Burlington cannot fix this alone. For many months, I have been saying that the drug crisis needs to once again become our top public health priority. I made an extended speech on that in April, and I welcome tonight's resolution by the City Council as consistent with this call. We did have this issue as our top priority for years. Governor Shumlin in 2014 made this the top priority by devoting his entire State of the State address to it, and as I described before, for years we were making substantial progress. We need the state to declare the crisis a top public health and public safety priority again if we're going to again turn the corner with this. We need help on property crime from legislators, prosecutors, and the courts. 2 years ago, I called for new retail theft legislation. I pushed very hard for that again last year. We got no action from the legislature on prioritizing that. We need action this year. We also need law enforcement at all levels of government doing their best to interdict the trade of fentanyl, meth, and other illicit drugs that are harming our community. You're going to hear the extensive efforts the Burlington Police Department continues to attempt to make. I do sense the gears of the federal government moving in this direction. Just 3 weeks ago, a new federal report was issued calling for a new strategy from the federal government for this interdiction effort. We need a multi-level, multi-agency effort to incorporate that new federal strategy with our local strategies and state strategies to bring a very different level of interdiction efforts going forward, and I am going to be very vocal about that further in the weeks ahead. To summarize, let me be clear. To confront our drug crisis, we need both law enforcement action and harm reduction efforts. This administration is and has been wholly committed to both, because without having both, we will fail. With that, I now would ask the representatives from the Burlington Police Department to walk us through the BPD's drug enforcement efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, council members. I am Deputy Chief Brian LaBarge. Can you hear me better? Good evening.
Yes.
My name is Deputy Chief Brian LaBarge. I am the Deputy Chief in charge of the Administrative Services Bureau, which, among other things, oversees the Detective Division. With me, I have Detective Lieutenant Mike Beliveau, who is the commander of the Detective Services Bureau, and Detective Sergeant Phil Tremblay, who is in charge of the drug unit. To continue with what the mayor was saying, we're going to try to provide you with an overview of the drug unit operations and some information for you in this presentation. Next slide.
We can hear you in the room, but it does make a difference. Thank you. It does make a difference when people might watch this meeting later at home. You wouldn't be picked up as well. So thank you so much for your attention to that. And thank you.
So as we've all heard over years and even tonight, there's several pieces to this complex issue. We're going to talk about, obviously, the department's enforcement activities from that lens. Today, the numbers of overdoses is at 373. That slide says 361, and when I checked the numbers, we were at 373 today. We're obviously all working to try to lower those numbers with everything that we are working towards. Next slide, please. With that, we have our Detective Services Bureau has a narcotics unit, and that narcotics unit is made up of a sergeant and assigned detectives. Amongst the cases that they deal with, we also have a general investigations unit who handles general crimes. One of those general crimes would fall under if there was a drug overdose investigation or an untimely death. That may fall under Title 18, 4250, which deals with death resulting is a charge in the statutes. The statute, however, only applies for the person's use of the drug is the proximate cause of death. And so as we battle these issues and we deal with these issues, we collaborate with the state's attorney, but also with the medical examiner's office. And these details about a death, if it's drug-related, come back in a toxicology report. And what we are seeing, and Detective Beliveau could speak to it maybe a little bit more in detail, is that it's not just one thing. Usually it is a mix of things in a person's system, and those usually don't result in the medical examiner making the ruling that that specific drug type led to the cause of death, which can be a challenging thing and a heartbreaking thing for families who loved ones passed and they want justice and people to be held accountable, and we're not always able to do that based on the way the law is currently written and how we handle these incidences. Next slide, please.
Chief, before you leave this slide, actually, I think the graphic on the right especially is an important one and requires some interpretation given how it's sort of showing up here. This is showing the state, I think there is this sense sometimes that Burlington is experiencing alone or unusually the opioid crisis. What this shows is that in terms of deaths, statewide, the average is 17.8. Burlington is just a little bit higher, or Chittenden County is a little bit higher than that average at 19 in this most recent data. There are numerous parts of the state that are considerably, have considerably higher rates. The point there being not that we are performing at an acceptable rate. I do think, we heard some public comment before that as if like nothing has been effective or happening. I do believe that we would have a considerably higher overdose death rate in Chittenden County if were it not for the efforts that were being made to get people into treatment and to stop deaths.
So as I spoke about earlier, we have a drug unit, and that drug unit is technically staffed with a sergeant and 3 detectives, and then 1 task force agent assigned to the DEA. Our current staffing, we are down 1 of those detectives, but throughout the last couple of years, as an administration inside the department, as we struggled to deal with staffing issues, we prioritized the Bureau and the response to the violent crime and drug incidents as a top priority. We did not deplete the Bureau. We understood, obviously, that it was important to have a high-speed unit responsible for investigating everything that took place, especially when we look at what took place in 2022 with the shootings and the homicides. And so without a Bureau at that point, we would obviously have been in a worse off place if we had shifted everything to patrol. But our drug unit focuses on dealer level and higher level enforcement, and not necessarily street level enforcement at a ground level, which we will speak to further. The department is continuing to rebuild, and our priority is to fully staff all units to include the drug unit and our street crimes unit, which, Mike, if you would speak to.
Yeah, I'm Mike. I'm the lieutenant over the Detective Bureau, and the chief touched on it, but overdose deaths, yeah, we're slightly above average. We do see them. Phil and I see every single autopsy for the city that comes through, and we review them. And major hurdles that we are seeing are certainly the polydrug overdoses, and based on our state statutes, how they're written, it leaves extremely limited avenues for holding people accountable through law enforcement, essentially. To my left, Phil Tremblay, he's essentially spent the last several years specifically focused on enforcing narcotics operations. He started with a street crimes unit. He worked his way up to drug detective, was assigned to the DEA task force, and he now supervises the narcotics division within our detective bureau. So I'm going to pass the mic to him to speak a little bit about that, because I think he's probably our resident expert.
Thanks, no pressure. Hi, what I'd like to point out is that I actually had an easy out. I was told that I did not need to come to this evening, but I elected to come here because it's literally what I've been working on for the last several years, and I take great pride in it. So basically what I'm going to touch on a little bit is kind of what we have had, what we currently have, and ultimately what we're trying to get to. So the slide that you see up here is regarding our street crimes unit, and that's kind of answering the question of what are we missing right now. So the SCU, as it's called, is the street crimes unit. It's basically a unit that at its height was 4 officers and 1 sergeant, and they were basically assigned department needs on a week-to-week basis. So it's your flavor of the week, for lack of a better term. So if we're struggling with car brakes, they might be assigned to focus on that. You may recall fairly recently we had BB gun incidents shooting out windshields and windows of cars. They were assigned to that. If we have a rash of burglaries, they might be assigned to that. So it's kind of whatever problem is surfacing, that's the unit that kind of focuses on that street level focus. So right now we're missing that. That's what we're missing. So previously, we've had up to 4. Typically we had 2, and then the 1 sergeant as well. So as you can see on this graph here, back in 2016, for instance, we had that 4-person team that was supervised by a sergeant, and you go to 2020, and we've lost the ability to staff the street crimes unit. If we go to the next slide, please. So we don't have the street crimes unit. So to do quick math here, the available resources that are dedicated to drug investigations, and so I mean dedicated, we're always going to have that patrol level response where if we, to use the term inadvertently, stumble across drugs, right? We're arresting somebody or we're responding to an emergency and there are drugs present, we'll address that. If that means an arrest, whatever that means, it will be addressed. And then the drug unit, we're focusing on that higher level. We're focused on the folks that are bringing in drugs, they are trafficking, and they are profiting from poisoning our community. So I have a microphone in front of me. It doesn't happen very often, so I very briefly just want to say how proud I am of the drug unit specifically for the continued work that we've been able to do despite our staffing challenges, because we have been diminished to a certain respect in terms of what we're able to do. That has not seen a significant drop-off, and I know what everybody's probably thinking here today is that I look outside and it looks like there is a tremendous drop-off. That's that chunk that's missing, that middle ground area. That's what's missing right now. So the entire department, I tip my cap to the entire department for our successes. So what I'm going to talk about briefly here is I'm not going to go into great specifics regarding a narcotics investigation because some of that is intentional. We don't want to be in the spotlight because a lot of our success relies on kind of being in the shadows, so to speak, so we can, unbeknownst to the folks that are trafficking drugs, take down an organization. And that's what we're dealing with, a sophisticated organization intended on profiting. So think about any business that you know of, and there's very specific goals in place to make money. That's what the drug unit is focused on. Those individuals that are profiting off what everybody is seeing in downtown Burlington. So I'm going to give you a couple examples. I'm happy to be able to share some of the examples that are on the screen here. But just know that I'm not going to go into great detail about how these investigations take place. I just want to kind of throw them out there because sometimes it's unknown what's actually happening right in the backyard here. So to start, we currently have several ongoing investigations. Each drug detective, will typically have anywhere from 3 to 4 active investigations. Again, that's at the dealer level for drug trafficking. Our focus right now, and has been for some time, is fentanyl, as we've heard about, is methamphetamine, which has been growing every year, and kind of a hot topic of late, xylazine. And it's now being found in our opiates, and it's having the same devastating effect that fentanyl previously had on the community. When we went from heroin to fentanyl in our opiates, we're having that same effect now, where xylazine is added to the mix as well. So a couple of cases that I want to touch on. At the top here, you'll notice this is a 21 BU. What that's saying is that case was started in 2021. So I think that's important to note that a drug investigation, in order for it to be successful and to actually prosecute a drug investigation, that can go anywhere from a month for a fairly small operation to this case at the top was about 1.5 years to successfully bring this case to the federal government. So this is an ongoing federal prosecution. So I can't go into great detail, but there have been press releases regarding 9 members of a Philadelphia-based drug enterprise arrested. And this does touch on the xylazine that I previously mentioned. So in this specific case, we ended up making arrests and executed search warrants in January of 2023. There were 13,500 bags of suspected fentanyl and 1.3 kilos of crack cocaine. That came just from this single group. Now that was not, I don't want to say that was the total amount of drugs that came up in 1.5 years. That was what was caught with this group. So you can do your own math in terms of how much drugs in 1.5 years' time were coming up and hitting our community. The next one, a gentleman by the name of Quentin Dodson from Detroit, Michigan, was arrested. This occurred in 2022. This was also over 1 kilo of methamphetamine. So to say that meth is in our community, that's an understatement. We are seeing large quantities of meth, and oftentimes that's the cause for some of the behavior that we see downtown. That's alarming and ultimately results in calls for service to the police. Next, Melvin Hill, a gentleman out of the state of Georgia. He was recently convicted after a jury trial. I'm sorry, I should note that Mr. Dodson is being prosecuted federally as well. That's active prosecution. Melvin Hill was just convicted by a jury down in Rutland for a federal trial for drug and firearms charges. He was found to be in possession of fentanyl, crack, meth, and a gun. That was after multiple controlled purchases, again, of dealing these substances. One that hits a little bit more locally, Kenneth Jackson. He was convicted just in September of this year and sentenced to 48 months in prison. That is also a federal investigation. Mr. Jackson was involved in sales of opiates in City Hall Park. That has been a priority for us. As many have brought up today, just walking through the park, you can see almost an open-air drug market. Again, our goal is not on that street-level hand-to-hand dealer or maybe somebody that's supporting their own drug habit. Ours are for the people who are actually trafficking and profiting off of that. Mr. Jackson was arrested regarding that investigation, was found to be in possession of fentanyl and a gun. And finally, something of a different nature, Manuel Francis was indicted recently. Again, this is an active federal prosecution. This was a burglary of the Lakeside Pharmacy, so a number of controlled substances were taken during a burglary. That the drug unit assisted in this investigation as well, so that prosecution could again go to the federal level. You'll see at the bottom left-hand side, this is a basic rundown of caseloads over the year for the drug unit. What I want to make very clear is that a case in this setting, it entails an active follow-up. So that might mean active surveillance. It might mean setting up controlled purchases. It could mean a number of things. This does not represent a drug tip, which we're actually going to touch on in just a minute. So just because a tip comes in about a drug house or drug activity, that is not making this list. This is an active investigation where it proceeded forward from there. So just to touch on the numbers, you can see 2018, 2019, we're in that mid-30s to low 40s range for the drug unit specifically. You see the drop off down to the high 20s, and we're at 20 today in 2023. Again, I'm going to note that we have lost one drug detective, so you can do the math there in terms of what that means to a unit of 4. For instance, the person talking right now represents 25% of our dedicated narcotics team. So that means 75% is not in this room right now. On all these cases, they have various resolutions. So just because that number 43 is up top, that doesn't mean there were 43 arrests. There might be multiple defendants, multiple people of interest. There might be no arrest. That might turn into a larger investigation where there's cooperation involved. These investigations go a number of different directions. Next slide, please. Chief, did you want to touch on this?
So as the mayor spoke about the different things that we've done in the department over the years to address lower level issues, one of those was the use of a street crimes team, but also taking on certain stances for small amounts or personal amounts of drugs, dealing with buprenorphine, and how we several years ago kind of led from the front on dealing with those issues and trying to get people help, knowing that those lower level individuals were being preyed upon by the higher level dealers. During this time, regardless of the things that we've gone through with staffing, we have continued to our best effort and with our resources to continue to enforce state laws, local ordinances, deal with open-air drug use, public intoxication, open containers, and the likes as best we can. This summer, we obviously attempted to saturate the downtown with the help of marketplace patrols, CSOs, urban park rangers, the VSP detail, and then a heavy presence of uniformed officers in the downtown corridor. Next slide, please. So there was talk about community engagement and assistance and the different ways that we build cases and gather intel. One of the ways that community members can provide information is through online tips, which is on our website, and you can submit a tip online, you can remain anonymous, you can provide information, you can have leave a contact number for us to contact you. Next slide, please. This breaks down the number of tips over the course of several years and how those tips are taken in. I'll be the first one to point out there that as we are tasked with dealing with narcotics cases and tips that come in, tips, although very helpful and can make a large difference in cases, sometimes do fall by the wayside in the sense of the response or how long it takes the detectives to get to them. We want tips to continue to come in. Phil, do you want to speak more to the tips? Go ahead.
So yeah, regarding drug tips, I'll be the first to acknowledge frustration in that you can see on this graphic, 2022, we had 405 drug tips. Does that mean all tips are not created equal? That doesn't mean every single one of those tips was something that could have been an active investigation. But I would be silly not to acknowledge that there is a tremendous amount of information that is probably beneficial in those 405 community members that are reaching out, attempting to give information. So one of the things that's been brought to my attention that we're trying to work on is responding to folks that are making these tips in a reasonable amount of time. The reality is that with ongoing investigations, those are going to take the priority. We always are going to get to the drug tips, but it might not be the absolute priority. What I don't want to get to is a point where we see this number diminish for the wrong reason. So if next year we have 50 drug tips because people say it's not worth making a drug tip, that's a failure. And we don't want to get to that. So at the end of the day, a lot of these drug tips are coming in because what you can see around you, right? It's a lot more visible right now, so that makes sense in my mind on why we're getting more drug tips. So one of the things that we're trying to do as a drug unit is be able to respond to those people who wish to receive a call back and to get further information to hopefully help ongoing investigations.
So what are our next steps? We're obviously, one of our several top priorities is rebuilding, and we're making good strides in doing that, but it's going to take time. as we continue to build up all of our other resources, we still are prioritizing building up uniformed patrol officers. Currently, our head count is, as you can see, 68 total sworn, and there's a breakdown of kind of where we are with supervision, with officers either on leave or in field training. We have 6 in the academy, which is great news. Officers at the airport, officers in the Detective Bureau, special assignments, which currently are recruitment officer and our domestic violence prevention officer. We have the marketplace officers, and then 25 patrol officers currently on the streets in total, the Uniformed Services Bureau. And at the bottom, 0 street crimes officers. We hope that as we explore different avenues internally to retain officers who are getting close to retirement, if we can be successful in doing that while also meeting our recruitment goals, that we would hopefully within the next year, 18 months, be able to get back to a position where we can fully staff a street crimes unit and be able to focus on those gaps in coverage between patrol and the Detective Bureau. And to build on that, as I said, as we continue to do those things, it will obviously allow us to key in on some of these issues that are not necessarily getting addressed like they used to based on our resources. As of most recently, we are refocusing, and I think has been spoken about with the priority response plan, and dealing with a lot of the larcenies and thefts and property crimes that are taking place. And I know the mayor had spoken about dealing with repeat offenders and accountability across all wakes that are involved in the law enforcement realm, because it is not just the department. There are several stakeholders that are involved in this process and this system once the case is turned over. Next slide. So the mayor went into great detail earlier about all of the things that the chief and the mayor and his administration have worked on recently and over several years. So I don't think I need to repeat that. But as you can see, it's not internally as a department's goal. We have different breakdowns, and we have enforcement and we have patrol. But as a greater department and administration, we are obviously looking at the larger picture to try to solve these issues, because it's not just going to be solved at the department level. It's going to involve the community, and I think that we are moving in the right direction as a city and as a government organization, and I'm hopeful that we will be able to return to providing the level of service that we were several years prior. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will open this up if there are any counselors who have questions before we get to the resolution. Now would be that time on the presentation. Counselor Grant.
Thank you. Just the first quick question is, this presentation was not in Civic Clerks. Will it be provided and added?
Yes, I
Thank
believe.
you.
Is that correct? Yes.
Yes. Excellent. I have a couple questions. Thank you so much for your presentation. It's been one I've been kind of dreaming about for the last 4 years, as I've thrown myself into a lot around public safety in the community. As you know, I was a police commissioner for a few years, and one of the things that I advocated quite a bit about was a particular house on Champlain Street was one of them. Really long time activity, well-known. I think that as a police commissioner, being the only police commissioner that was from the Old North End, I was particularly focused on what was happening in the Old North End and how fast I saw certain things accelerating, such as the types of property crimes that we saw more of than the rest of the city, and now it is clearly all over the city. I guess I want to say that some of this information that has been provided tonight and in the past couple of weeks, I am I'm heartened to see, because when I spoke at the Public Safety Committee meeting on August 17th to really drive home the questions in the city, questions that weren't getting answered, responses that weren't occurring, not even being on our agenda, conversations happening behind the scenes, but not fully being explained to the city of Burlington. So what you've done tonight is great and extremely informational, and I know I will be, and I'm sure some of my colleagues on the council will be saying, here's a link to this meeting, here's a timestamp, you need to watch this, you need to know what's going on. And I do appreciate, because the drug tip line, you were involved in a previous conversation on the Public Safety Committee where I felt like, okay, are we utilizing this? Do we not want people to use it? Do we know how many submissions there are? That was a major concern. So I appreciate that at the last Police Commission meeting, the chief did put it on his monthly report. I hope to see that on his future monthly reports, because to the point of, yes, we do still value that information. We don't want people to think it's a useless thing to do. And furthermore, we want to educate so more people are using it. I literally forwarded an email to the chief from a group text of people like, hey, you know, the police department has this tip line and we're supposed to be using it. Did anybody know that? So I think to say that we can be doing more education around that, to involve more citizens reporting what they see. I'd love to get you guys involved. I'll be talking to Sarah Tim this week about some ideas that I have about engaging in a way that the department isn't currently, and I'll just leave it at that. So thank you for acknowledging the backlog on responses. I think people need to hear that. I think that's honest and transparent, to know that you're looking at it, but you don't have the bandwidth to always respond, because that has been a big concern in the community. I also appreciate the chief talking about the same issue with the incident logs. And I think that's important, again, to get that out there. So worth it for people to continue to do that. And it's not going into a void somewhere, that it is going to be looked at, but just the response might not be there. Is there a way, and this is just something to think about, I don't expect an answer. I've been engaging with someone who regrettably lost a child to this crisis and had a number of questions, and the response time around the questions wasn't what I guess certain things could have been better. How can we display information for individuals who may be suffering in this way from the crisis? So for example, can we make it more known how long it takes for autopsies to come back? Wasn't getting a response, but an autopsy wasn't available anyway due to the current time that it takes. So things like that. What can family members, because some of these people, they're not on the street, they have homes, they work, they get a bad mix of something, and they have people that care about them and want to know what happened. So how can we improve that communication with those individuals? And I appreciate the information about the street crimes unit. And I also want to encourage my fellow counselors. The mayor talked about CompStat. I try to go or watch the recorded meetings. I think it's crucial viewing for the Public Safety Committee, but I really strongly recommend everyone watch it. Are you supportive of a drug checking program in Burlington?
Well, I don't really know what that would entail, so short of getting into some details.
Okay. Do you watch the CompStat meetings?
I do not.
Okay. I will send you the link with the presentation, and when you can fit it in, there is a drug checking. In a nutshell, it's different from testing in that it is done to identify what is here so that we can be more proactive in addressing the mix of drugs that are coming into our community. There is one that's being operated now. They call it like the I-91 corridor, so just south of us. So I'll forward you that information because I'd love to have your feedback on that, and I'd love to see our department sponsoring something like that so we can get legislation passed in the state of Vermont to initiate that type of program and have our department be the supporting agency for that, because you have to have a law enforcement agency be supportive of that. And does anybody else have any other questions? I don't want to just go.
Yes, there are some other questions.
Then I will cease for now. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. We'll go to Councilor Doherty to be followed by Councilor Travers and then Bergman.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank all three of you for being, thank you. I just want to thank all three of you for being here tonight, late into the night, providing us this presentation, and also specifically thank you for the work that you do. It is, I know firsthand from working with Burlington Police Department, other law enforcement agencies, incredibly time-intensive work, requires massive amounts of time away from your family, nights, weekends, holidays, and it's also incredibly dangerous, and you guys put your lives on the line, and I just want to express my gratitude for that work, and I know the community feels the same way. My question is about, we've had a number of discussions, and I've had a number of discussions with community members about the distinction between folks who are suffering from substance abuse disorder, particularly with respect to opioids, and higher level drug dealers. And at least during the time that I was prosecuting drug cases and working with BPD, my understanding from the folks that I interviewed and from the cases that I was working on was that although, folks suffering from substance abuse disorder here in Vermont would engage in lower level drug distribution to support their addiction, that by and large, almost to a person, people who are bringing narcotics into our community from out of state did not use opioids, and in fact held those who used opioids in contempt. And I remember quite distinctly, and I think Deputy Chief Labarge, you may have worked on this case before you were a deputy chief, where we had a Title III wire warrant that allowed us to listen in real time to the drug distribution organization's phones. We had that up for a number of months, and the dealers were very explicitly mocking the addicted folks who were lining up every day in front of the various drug distribution houses. It's been a while since I was involved in drug prosecutions, and I'm wondering if you could speak to that dynamic and whether that is still, whether you still see that distinction between higher level for-profit drug dealers who don't use opioids and the lower level folks who might be suffering from addiction. Is that still a vivid distinction?
So, as you've somewhat dated my time at the department, I'm about a decade past that time for me, so I'm going to default to Phil on his current trends and things that he's seeing.
Yeah, so obviously I don't want to overgeneralize, so I can't speak to every single person that's involved in trafficking narcotics to our community, but overall, yes, that's still accurate, that the folks that are here making a profit and then leaving the community, they enter the community with drugs, the drugs are sold, they leave with a profit, they're typically not using their product, and do, in interviews, a common theme is kind of looking down on the user community in which they're profiting from.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Doherty. We'll go to Councilor Travers and then Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, President Paul. First of all, I want to echo the comments made by Councilor Doherty. Thank you very much for being here this evening, and allow me also to extend my general gratitude and thanks for your service to the city of Burlington. I know that it's been a very difficult time for the department in recent years, I think difficult time for for policing for many reasons, and I'm grateful for your continued dedication to our city and for really sticking with Burlington, so thank you. The most poignant part of your presentation for me was the fact that in recent years we have had to eliminate the street crimes unit, and it seems like that has been a significant issue for you all in your ongoing investigation efforts. And I suppose I just have a couple questions with respect to that. One is, in looking at your presentation, it appears that there's an effort, thankfully, to restaff the street crimes unit. One part of the graph was 2023. The next part that you saw was 2025. I'm curious if there's any intentions between now and then, and I understand it's probably somewhat dependent on recruitment and folks coming out of the academy and so on, but if there's any effort between now and then to stand up that initiative again.
So yes, we obviously have the goal of getting back to restaffing it fully as a crucial assignment. As we currently stand, because we are technically down one drug investigator, if staffing allows, we have been allowing a 9-month special assignment for a patrol officer through a process to join the drug unit as that fourth investigator in a temporary status to help supplement that unit while also gaining professional experience in their career and maybe mapping out what their future goals are. It's going to take time. You know, we obviously want to prioritize getting to that spot, and adding that extra person for 9 months on a rotation has helped out. We've also taken steps throughout the summer months to try to do a voluntary overtime assignment for people who are interested. Although there's no shortage of work, there is a shortage of staff, and it's hard for officers to balance working their shifts plus any patrol overtime and then picking up voluntary street crimes unit overtime. They've made some progress with that, but it wasn't obviously as successful as we wanted it to be. It's really going to depend on what our retention looks like in these next 12 months. In my opinion, I don't run patrol, but obviously communicate with the other deputy chief daily on that, and we need to be able to respond to the 911 calls and the immediate needs, and then hopefully be able to have staffing to do that somewhat and try to backfill that street crimes unit. So it is a goal, and we're going to push for it, but I'm not going to make any promises on timeline.
Great. And as you look to backfill the street crimes unit, do you anticipate the staffing plan is that current officers would move back onto the street crimes unit? Do you anticipate that it's newer recruits that would staff the street crimes unit? Do you have any plan on that end?
So we obviously have contractual obligations with special assignments through union contracts, and so there's a process and requirements for that. It is usually an officer with a couple years on, and they go through a process with the detective services supervisors, and then they pick from that group and usually create a list and kind of get on a rotation of interested people. So like we're doing now with the 9-month rotation, that's, in theory, that is what they're doing. They're doing a special assignment. As we build that unit back up, it becomes a 1-year assignment that we usually stagger with the officers. So you keep institutional knowledge from the detective side, and you don't have this mass exodus. You have a rollover with the people that are on street crimes as you continue that program.
Thank you. If I may, the last follow-up question that I have with respect to this is, I'm assuming that you all are directly involved in the department's recruitment efforts, given your senior status within the department. This council over the last year and a half has, from my perspective, tried to take a number of initiatives to assist the department in those recruitment efforts, including, among other examples, ratifying a new collective bargaining agreement within the police department. I'm thrilled to see what appears to be some successes from your recruitment efforts and the size of the current academy class that we have. Since we have you here, I'm wondering if you can just speak briefly to the extent we've had those successes in the current size of the recruitment class. What would you account those successes to? And to the extent you're still facing challenges in recruitment efforts, can you describe a little bit what those challenges are and how you think we could do better on that end?
So part of our success, or the large part of the success internally, is Carolyn Irwin and Anhad Bajwa, who are our recruitment officer and a recruitment coordinator. They are the face of the department with recruiting, and Carolyn did recruiting for 7 or 8 years prior to then going back to patrol. And then when we had some shift in staffing, we convinced her to rejoin recruiting and still move forward and be successful. And they are both doing an excellent job. And we've had decent turnouts with our class size. I know from the last conversation that I had, the police profession in general right now is across the nation is struggling to retain officers and recruit officers, and we're no different. And the last conversation that I did have with Carolyn, and I don't remember the numbers because I didn't come here prepared for that recruitment discussion, but we were not seeing the numbers recently that she had seen in the months previous, and so she was kind of frustrated or disappointed in kind of what we were getting for applicants. That tends to, I think, ebb and flow, but we are not receiving the applicant pool that we had in years prior. I'm aware of that.
Thanks again for being here. I think it would be great for us to continue that discussion on recruitment efforts for the department, for the street crimes unit, and look forward to having you, Carolyn, and others at the department back to discuss that issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Travers. We'll go to Councilor Bergman and then to Councilor Jang, followed by Councilor Shannon.
So first, let me echo what folks have said, and thanks to you for being here, for working hard on these cases, they're long to prosecute, much quicker than a noise violation, which I prosecuted for you guys for many years, a long time ago. I'm going to actually ask you what I think is a more difficult question related to the current state of the lack of the street crimes unit and the fact that we are not engaged in the open drug market, and how you characterize it. I don't want to recharacterize what you did because I'll probably get it wrong. But I sat here, you sat here, and listened to, in particular, the concerns expressed about City Hall Park, its relationship to not only the downtown but to this building. And when I go through and listen to the report, I am actually not hearing a plan to deal with what seems to be the impunity that is occurring out our doorstep, the seat of government here. Would be if it's as bad in Battery Park as it is here, then it's out your door too. But it really is a special case. So understanding the staffing issues, understanding the need to balance prevention and health, well-being with enforcement, all the things that we heard about accountability as well. I'm wondering what kind of plans, what kind of ideas, generally speaking, what kind of programs we can have to, in a nearer term than in a couple of years when we restaff the street crimes unit, we can deal with the impunity that exists out there that is making folks feel that they cannot come to the heart of their city, that they can't walk from their house to their business, that they can't bring their kids to the splash pad that we spent so many dollars on, thinking that the environmental work that we're going to do is going to displace the efforts. It obviously hasn't happened, and I am really curious about the ideas that you can have given the resources that we as a city have, but that we may also be able to tap be they the university, be they the state police, be they health services, whatever, because it's a complicated problem, I know. And it's not a question of, I'm not asking you, how are you going to solve it? So, thank you.
You know, as the person I feel most responsible for working with the chief and put forward plans, I think I'll respond to that, Councilor Bergman, that respectfully, that's not what I heard from the presentation tonight at all. What I heard from the presentation tonight is that despite severe resource shortages imposed upon this department, they have continued to have keep
Mr. Mayor, let me, I just want to correct it. I wasn't talking about their presentation, so I wasn't criticizing their presentation, I just so that you don't go down that
All right, we're
that
not going to
path.
get it, we're not going to get
I
into a
just want to
back
make
and
sure
forth.
that we don't get into a back and forth
Right.
on that. I was talking about the public forum comments, not theirs on it. So just, I don't want to, I'm not being critical of them.
That's not how I heard your question previously.
That's why I wanted to,
but-
that's why I wanted to clarify so that we didn't get
All right,
into
we're
this.
still not getting into a back and forth. You asked a question. Do you want the officers here to answer that question?
With the clarification that I wasn't criticizing their presentation. I was asking for some ideas based on what we heard from the public tonight.
Okay. Do any of you have a response to that?
I will, you obviously, you asked a very important question, and everybody in this room, everybody that walks around has seen what's taken place. I've been here over 18 years. I've never seen the city in this type of shape. And we are doing the best that we can with what we have. And I think as the city and as the department, we've also, as we're working towards those improvements and increasing our staffing, we've had other things in place that have been topics of discussion, whether it's the CSOs, the CSLs, CAPE and CARES, and the different programs that are kind of running parallel to the department to help with some of those low-level things. As we spoke about, when I worked patrol, it was a different time, and you might deal with somebody that you would inadvertently do an interdiction stop on or get something low level, and there were different ways that you would deal with that. They might not be a person who is in an extreme level of addiction that we're seeing right now on the streets. They might be a different level, and you would utilize different investigative avenues to maybe get to that next level person. We have not seen this out here, what we're dealing with. And so I think as we manage the things day to day and we build, there is no short-term solution, but I think we're going in the right direction with the programs where we have our civilian counterparts and our, government or non-government organizations out there meeting with people and trying to encourage them to get help, get treatment, get all of the service aspects tied up so that they can maybe move in the direction that we heard some of the people speak and move on to good, productive lives. Enforcing, as far as an enforcement aspect, we're not going to enforce our way out with the lower level individuals who are addicted and suffering from a bunch of other things kind of in that bucket. So we are, I think, in the right direction. As far as the open air, and I know it's tough, I know there's social media, I know there's things that are out there and it's shocking to the conscience. As we continue to build up, when I look back in 2009 or 2015 or 2019, the amount of officers that we had on patrol, the amount of supervisors that we had, the fact that we had marketplace on top of that, we had street crimes on top of that, we had SROs on top of that. We had the resources that when we were handling priority calls, we still had officers who could go out and do proactive policing. And that proactive policing could be all sorts of things. It could be DUI enforcement. It could be drug interdiction. It could be just patrolling for people out lurking in the shadows and breaking into cars. And so our goal is to get back to that, but it is going to take time. And it is a tough struggle to manage our resources to meet all of today's needs, but we're doing our best.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. We'll go to Councilor Jang and then Councilor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. Thank you for being here, and to break the ice, thank you for dressing up better than Chief Murat. You guys nailing it right now. Thank you. I think sometimes it's good for you to dress up like this, right? We saw another face of the great work that you do, and I'm appreciative of everything you do every single day, right? And I want to recognize also what Councilor Grant said I would have loved to get this presentation a little bit earlier and would love to to engage more, right? Everything that you talked about, I almost forget about it. So next time, please send it to us a little bit earlier. You know, and I think what I captured is you said it right. Basically, this is a crisis. Everyone here, public forum, you talked about it, you understaffed and all of it, right? But I want to understand a couple of things. Your work in collaboration with surrounding municipalities, surrounding police, right, around drug trafficking and around controlling drug trafficking. If you can talk about that, that'd be good. Also, if someone is admitted at the hospital because of overdose, do you follow up with that person afterhand in order to identify where this drug come from? And I know if someone got shot, you follow up with that person to identify, to try to apprehend the shooter. But with the drug crisis, does that happen? That's your unit. And, okay, let me allow you to answer those and then a couple more. Thank you.
So I'll speak generally, and Sergeant Tremblay can maybe speak to the current collaboration. As I said earlier when we briefly discussed recruitment and retention, all surrounding agencies are struggling to recruit and retain people. And I don't claim to know all of the staffing issues with departments in the county, but I know that we're all fighting for the same individuals and we're all struggling to hire. We do routinely in the past, during my time period, we would work collaboratively with other detective bureaus to address these issues. I don't know if the same thing is going on as consistent as it was a decade ago during my time, but I do know that our bureau actively works with surrounding agencies, the state police, their narcotics team, when working cases that either touch Burlington or have connections to Burlington. There used to be a time period where people wouldn't dare come to Burlington to sell drugs. At least that was my experience during my time. Now, maybe not so much. But as far as the collaboration, I think it's still happening, and Phil can add to that. As far as the overdose deaths, I'll let Mike speak to that. Generally, in my experience, when we have had it, I've had unfortunate cases where I worked patrol, and we would go to a house, and 3 or 4 people had overdosed. At the time, it was heroin, and this is a decade ago. And we're not even done dealing with the scene before they're back from the hospital, basically not cooperating, don't want to talk to us about anything, like they had just went out to get lunch. Very shocking in some instances. And there's a bunch of reasons why people struggling with things do or don't want to cooperate with the police, and I don't think that's fit for this discussion here. But I'll let Phil briefly discuss collaboration with surrounding agencies.
Short answer for collaboration, yes, and it's out of necessity. So I'm happy to say my personal opinion. If we were to do, say, a controlled purchase where we're doing a controlled purchase of an illegal drug, in my opinion, the minimum number of investigators to be involved would be 4. I believe I illustrated in the presentation that our current drug unit, combined with our lack of street crimes, is 4. So for us to do anything, we are at the bare minimum. So we rely heavily on other agencies, and other agencies don't have those 4 officers dedicated to drug investigations, so they rely on us. We're very grateful for the collaborations, and I think it's worth noting that we have a once-a-month meeting over at the state attorney's office where all of the Chittenden County law enforcement folks come in, and that's specific to drug-related investigations, so that we're seeing if we're dealing with the same problems here as in Colchester, Winooski, which it probably won't come to any surprise that we are.
Thank you. And the urgency of the problem, we all recognize it, and creative solutions is exactly what's needed. And I think Burlington, from here, this is a call to please be the leader of bringing them together more than once a month and try to solve this problem. This is not our problem alone, right? And yes. Now, the last question I have for you is in regard of the 6 people in the academy right now to become police officers, and was just wondering if you will prioritize having them to join this unit. And thank you.
So, unfortunately, no. The trainees in the academy will go through their academy training, and then they will come out and do their post-basic and then their field training, where they can learn to build their foundation to be good, solid patrol officers. The benefit, though, is as we build up those academy, we can take our more senior, seasoned officers to then look to backfill into the street crimes unit, and that's obviously our goal, or one of our goals.
Yes, but anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jang. We'll go to Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, President Paul. I have a question I've just been wondering for a really long time. So since you're here, I'll ask it. I have noticed a lot of cars around town don't have license plates, or they have what appears to be bogus license plates. And something must have happened during COVID that the DMV doesn't seem to be issuing the temporary plates that they used to issue. And I also hear from people all over the city who are watching drug deals go down all over the city that many of those cars don't have license plates. Can you explain what's going on and if somebody is talking to DMV about this? And am I wrong? Is this just anecdotal and there's not actually a relationship?
So I do have DMV counterparts that I could follow up with and get more information, but the smaller version is obviously during COVID, a lot of in-person services ceased to exist, and I think, if I remember correctly, registrations and things that were done through clerical work at the DMVs, a lot of that went to online or a lesser version of in-person. And during that time period, they were issuing, I think people were printing them, if I remember correctly, like temporary plates, and then you'll see they get wet or they're not protected, and then they throw them on some cardboard or they put them in their back window or they tape them up. And with, I'm going to assume, the backlog at the state level with issuing of plates, there created this window where there were cars out there operating in that nature. I don't want to misspeak on the details of what exactly took place with DMV, but that is my understanding, and that is why you tend to see that. Now, that doesn't mean that, you know, people abiding by the law and printing the plate and having it valid and waiting for their plates are doing the right thing, and that other people who aren't doing that are just scribbling something down and writing. And the only way that that potentially would be found out would be through traffic stop, traffic enforcement, to look further into if there was a violation, and obviously they're dealing with whatever they're going to deal with on a civil side of things for traffic infractions. They would maybe find out if that was bogus or not. The problem, I believe at one point was, as temporary registrations are in limbo in the systems, they're not like your hard plates, your green and white plates that are in the system when you run them.
Thank you. So you don't know what DMV is planning on doing? Because I understand there's still just people printing off their own plates, and when people are printing off their own plates, it seems ripe for taking advantage of that system. And I know when we had drug dealing going on in my own neighborhood, what we were all told to do is report the plates. But you can't report the plates when either it's something that's just a small thing in the window or it doesn't have a plate and there is no enforcement of actually having a plate anymore. I think that this goes towards, you know, what one speaker said tonight, this kind of breakdown of just even the expectation of having a license plate seems like one piece of this. But if you can, yeah, I think it would be great if you could talk to DMV. I'm not hearing you say that this is problematic in terms of addressing the crime that's going on in the city. Am I misinterpreting that?
So without getting into a whole different topic, I believe, and this is my opinion as a law enforcement officer, that proactive policing, which includes traffic enforcement, is an important tool in our toolbox when it comes to deterring crime, keeping the streets safe of intoxicated drivers, or anything else that you might find somebody doing that is acting in a criminal manner. And so we obviously, in our current situation, and as the numbers show, have not been engaging in traffic enforcement as far as traffic stops as we have in years past for a number of reasons. And a lot of that is obviously, that is can be a proactive interaction. And right now, as we prioritize and triage our resources, if we have to focus our shifts downtown, and like this evening we had 4 officers on, there's no officers like there were years ago to be out doing traffic enforcement to that level. And that personally bothers me, because that's not the way I came up in the department policing. Yes, ma'am.
Well,
I just wanted to add, we're also slightly inhibited by certain recent policies surrounding non-public safety-related traffic stops and proactive efforts to interdict beyond that traffic stop. And that's just essentially memos from the state's attorney's office that we're abiding by. So essentially, a non-public safety stop, which would be a registration issue, you essentially are prohibited from enforcing the drug crime beyond that.
Well, I will say that when I was in South Burlington following a car without a plate, and I called to report that, and the response was similar in South Burlington. So I'm not saying it has anything to do with Burlington, really, but it seems like actually the DMV should maybe enforce this, and the DMV should provide something that is unique to the DMV and distributed by the DMV and not printed on our home computers. And if there's anything you can do to expedite that, or that I could do, please let me know. Beyond that, you had mentioned the numbers for your drug tip line, and that you want to provide responses. It's not your top priority to provide responses, and you don't want to see the drug tips going down. But aren't we seeing that from the numbers that you showed us, which was 405 drug tips in 2022 and 202 in 2023, assuming 3/4, that's about 3/4 of the year to date, which should be, if it were on par, it should be around 300. And it doesn't seem like our drug crime has gone down in that time frame. Again, anecdotally, feels like it's going up. So do you think maybe we are reaching that point? And then again, maybe that's not really the most important thing, and you need to focus on the other aspects of your building cases. But I do know that members of the public want to be helpful in the effort. There's also a difference between feeling helpful and actually being helpful. So I think being honest about what you really need and what's really helpful would be good. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councilor Shannon. Did you want to respond to that, or I apologize? My apologies. Go ahead.
So I obviously can't tell you why the numbers are what the numbers are, and I could make assumptions that people may or may not be calling because they don't feel that they're getting a certain response. But I think, as we said during the presentation and as we said during previous conversation, that we want people to continue to call and submit tips. And I hopefully this was informative to people that do watch, to know that they do have the ability to do it, and we want the information to come in, but then also understand that it's different than a 911 call. And we're going to do our best to continue to try to get to them, and we've been discussing trying to prioritize like a reasonable timeline to address those issues inside the drug unit. And we'll work towards, when we do have someone who receives a call back, that our detectives will kind of give them they tend to like a very general overview of what may or may not be able to come from that tip, or what we might be looking for, or what other information they could provide. I think a lot of times when people call, they obviously expect to speak to somebody, and if we can speak with them and have that communication, I think we'll be better off. So hopefully this dialogue will encourage people to continue to call, but also hopefully, and I know I say be patient with us, but it's hard when you have this stuff going on in your neighborhood, but know that we're doing our best to try to handle these issues, and we will continue to do so. Phil? Yes.
You can put a 2-minute timer on me if you'd like. Reference the drug tips as well. I think what's important is that hopefully there's some education going on in that that's not an appropriate spot for drug use tips, which is actually a number of them where it's, hey, there's somebody who appears to be shooting up in this particular location. That's not, when that tip is being received, that's not really actionable on our side of things because it's over and done with. It maybe happened 2 days to a week prior, so there's not really much follow-up that can be done from there. Those tips are the most advantageous thing that comes from those tips is reoccurring behavior or mostly reoccurring behaviors and locations and license plates, as you alluded to, that those are the most effective tips. And I will say that when we took upon the priority response plan, a lot of the drug use things were getting sent to that drug tip line, which I guess I don't have a better answer for where they should go, because an officer's probably not going to respond to it live, so it seems fitting to go there. But just so folks that are listening understand that an active drug use situation isn't really appropriate for that. We'll always take it. It gets logged, but the most advantageous thing is that reoccurring behavior.
That's helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Councilor Shannon. We'll go back to Councilor Jang, and then we need to move on.
Yes, and this is also for the public to know that under the circumstances you are also doing great work. If I tell you a blue house in the New North End, how you dismantled that drug ring, it was just really amazing. People complained, talked to you, but you guys were doing your investigation behind the scene. But when the time was right, you came and took it down. And I just want to say thank you for that specific dismantlement, and we want to see more of those and dress up more than the chief do. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I know I got the side eye from the city council president. Data, do you have a way without compromising any investigations where you can just give a number of the current cases that you're working? Or numbers of cases that have been submitted to the state's attorney?
So in the moment, as it stands now, we're not going to provide that type of intelligent information to individuals. I understand there's a need for data and transparency, and I think we do a real good job providing that online. I think it could be more of a after the fact, kind of like, this year, or these cases were conducted during this month type of thing, where it's not going to impact, or like Phil said, hiding in the shadows in that aspect. And so we probably won't go in that direction as it stands now, but we can explore, kind of working backwards of this is what we had done.
I'd appreciate that. I think the public would appreciate that as well, because data is something that is something that's being asked about in terms of what is happening around building cases and submitting cases to the state's attorney's office. And then the court system, because it's not, state's attorney's office is a county office, it's not a city office, they can't specify ongoing cases. They can't pull that information in that way of just looking at anything extra that can help keep the people of Burlington informed and engaged. Regarding drug use, drug use going to the tip line, would that still be looked at as possibly helping to provide a heat map to say, okay, a lot of people are reporting individuals using on this particular street at these times? Do you ever use those for heat maps?
I'm not aware of us doing that. Obviously, any sort of data points, if you're getting information, you can plug into to a heat map and create that.
Okay.
I think we know internally where a lot of stuff is going on as people do externally, but that's not something that I think we're experiencing most of that downtown in the downtown corridor blocks. And so I don't know if there's a direct correlation to, dealers upstairs and I'm on the stoop using, but I think as we continue to move forward, we'll always look at different ways to process data.
Okay, thank you. And the last thing, it's not really a question, just a quick statement regarding how did you put it, the non-public safety stops, also known as pretextual stops. So one of the reasons, not only our state's attorney, but other states' attorneys across the country have been looking at those is because of the history of the racial disparities on them. So overall, if departments across the country can improve that, then that can come back to be a useful tool. That personally is something that torments me because that'll be a tool, but I know why it's not being used. So I just wanted to mention that because there was a reason for that, for not using that tool. And thank you very much again for your time and your information.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Thank you to all three of you for your work. Please extend to your entire team our gratitude for the work that you do on this important issue. The next item on our agenda, Councilor Travers.
Just briefly, I would move to suspend the rules to allow for the completion of our agenda as approved.
We can certainly do that. We do that at 10:30, but I think there's no question that we're going to get to 10:30.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Is that okay, Acting City Attorney Pellerin? We do it earlier? Okay. So there's a motion to suspend our rules. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Jang. Any discussion on that motion? Seeing none, my apologies. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. Just a clarification. Is this to complete our deliberative agenda, or was it to complete our entire agenda?
I believe the motion is to complete our entire agenda.
Okay, thank you.
So with that, if there's no other questions, we'll go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion to suspend our rules, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. And just also wanted to note that Councilor Carpenter is joining us on Zoom. The next item on our agenda is 6.2, which is a resolution declaring the unprecedented increase in substance use, a public health crisis, and together with drug activity in our city to be our top public health and safety priority, and amending Appendix B rules and regulations of the City Council to add a standing item to every agenda. For this item, I am going to pass the gavel to Councilor Travers so that I may participate in this debate. Councilor Travers. Acting President Travers.
Okay. Well, thank you, Councilor Paul. This is, as you know, an agenda item that comes to us from the Public Safety Committee. You, Councilor Paul, Councilors Doherty and Grant, our agenda has provided 30 minutes for this item. And to introduce the motion, we will turn to you as Chair of the Public Safety Committee. Thank you.
Thanks very much. So this is the first time in my 18 months as Council President that I'm passing the gavel. And it's my sincere hope that this deliberative action will convey not only to the Council but also to the community the profound gravity and importance of this resolution. I believe this resolution is the single most important one that we will pass all year, and we need to pass it unanimously. Our community needs to hear us speak with one voice. And this is what they need to hear us say, that we are committed to addressing the unprecedented drug activity that's harming the fabric of our city. We need no other indicator than to look at the sheer number of community members that showed up in Contois for public forum and the nearly 100 community members that were joining us on Zoom to show us that our community is enormously concerned. Even with all the good work being done, our community wants strong and definitive action from us. And we are taking it with this resolution in two ways. First, with regard to harm reduction. This council has been unequivocal in our support of harm reduction strategies. I wrote the first 2 of 3 resolutions that this council has overwhelmingly passed on harm reduction. And this resolution tonight will deepen that commitment. We all want those of us that are suffering from substance use disorder to get well. We all want them to be safe. We also want the greater community to be safe. And right now, we know that many people in our community do not feel that sense of safety. Now, we can't make our community safe by simply arresting, prosecuting, and incarcerating those who are suffering. And in all the people that I have spoken with over the past month or 2 about this issue, I have not spoken with one person who supports these measures as a blanket solution. But make no mistake, as many have said tonight, we are truly at a pivotal moment in our city, and the harm and the lack of safety is palpable. We are all feeling it. We're witnessing an unprecedented increase in crime. Every day, I hear from families, and I'm sure everyone at this table hears from families who are weathering the psychological erosion that comes from feeling unsafe in one's home and one's neighborhood. Businesses are feeling the economic impacts of a challenging environment downtown, which is alarming. And we hear all of these voices. It's well understood and well documented that if public behavior like we are seeing is allowed to continue, it will become the norm. And that is unacceptable to all of us. No one wants to see this for our city. So the resolution before us is about action steps that we'll be taking in the next month to move our public safety and our health priorities forward. Chief among them, this resolution will create at least 2 forums for our community to come together. I have always believed that some of the smartest minds on the planet are in our city. If we can come together, listen and learn from experts, harm reductionists, law enforcement, and community members, and we can exchange ideas, we can come up with bold new solutions to tackle this crisis. We must stop with what we are often known for, which is extensive studies and years of public process. Together, we must find and pilot new responses to address this crisis now. Despite the hurdles that we all know are out there, we can find the solutions together. And we can do that amongst ourselves, in this community, and with many county and state partners. I believe that it is the sincere hope of this council that through these forums, we will create a shared vision for our community. And with vision comes decision. This council will hold itself accountable with regular updates as a standing item on every council agenda. In closing, I'd like to offer thanks. First, to my fellow councilors on the Public Safety Committee, to Councilor Grant, who came to me with several of the ideas that are developed in this resolution. I appreciate and I respect your commitment to this issue. And to Councilor Doherty for his insistence that the time for urgency was now. And finally, by supporting this resolution, I do want to note one thing and make sure that we publicly say this, that the City Council, by approving and supporting this resolution, is expressing our collective appreciation for our police officers, our firefighters, our community-based partners, for their continued work on this emergency. And it is with resolve that we are supporting the recruitment efforts to expand the ranks of our first responders. We need these professionals in our community who are doing this hard work every day, and we offer them our heartfelt gratitude and support. I will end where I began. We must act now, and we must act together. We need to speak with one voice, one call to action, a unanimous vote in addressing this pressing emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. I believe I am correct in assuming that you're moving the recommended action on our agenda, which is to waive the reading and adopt the resolution.
That is the first thing that I should have said.
Yeah.
I would move the resolution, waive the reading, and adopt the resolution. And actually, we needed to ask for a second.
Yes. Is there a second?
Thank you.
Seconded by Councilor Doherty. Are there any other? No worries. Are there any other councilors that wish to speak to this resolution? Councilor Doherty.
Thank you, Acting President Travers, and thank you, President Paul. Like everyone on the City Council, I'm sure I receive daily communications from Burlingtonians, Burlington business owners, people who work in Burlington, and people whose children attend public schools in Burlington, all of whom are expressing worry and frustration about the current public safety situation in our city. I've heard the same sentiments from folks who come to visit Burlington to enjoy our restaurants, shops, music, art, and cultural events. And we heard overwhelmingly today from participants in the public forum the same thing. I very much share these worries and feel this frustration. But I do think these sentiments sometimes can, understandably, translate into people believing that the city is not doing anything to address the situation. And it's important to say that nothing could be further from the truth. We heard today from the mayor about the city's ongoing policy initiatives. And moreover, every day our police, fire departments, employees, as well as city employees across a broad spectrum of our city's departments are working very hard to address the opioid epidemic, the resulting public safety issues, and to make the city a healthier and safer place for everyone. And so too the state's attorney's office, the state's attorney, the prosecutors and staff in that office, who, particularly given the difficulties in our court system created by the COVID pandemic, have worked incredibly hard under daunting circumstances. Even under the best of conditions, which these last few years have not been, all of these jobs, I imagine, can feel very thankless at times, and I want to acknowledge and express my ongoing gratitude for everybody who's currently engaged in this work. And I don't think this resolution does not, is not intended to diminish this incredible work that's already being done every day. And at least as far as my perspective, this resolution is also not intended to convey pessimism. I work in downtown Burlington. I have a business in downtown Burlington. Two of my children go to schools in downtown Burlington, and I love the vibrancy of downtown Burlington, where I've spent most days of now what is the better part of my adult life, and I love it more and enjoy it more every day. My two older children walk and ride their bikes downtown on their own, and my spouse and I believe that they are safe to do so. And I'm very excited about the positive developments in Burlington, including the new businesses that have been added in recent years and the progress on City Place, all of which I think bodes very well for the future of our city. But this resolution is, at least in part, a recognition that more needs to be done to ensure that Burlington will continue to be a healthy and safe place for everyone, that additional solutions need to be brought to bear, and that there is a tremendous urgency to this situation, which President Paul just so articulately stated. To put it bluntly, It is unacceptable that our retail establishments are losing tens of thousands of dollars to retail theft. It's unacceptable that people with jobs in downtown Burlington are subject to violence and harassment when they're at work or when they're going to and from their work in the city. It's unacceptable that our public school students are subject to that same harassment on their way to and from school. I had the opportunity to meet with an after-school group that my son is involved with down at the high school today before this meeting, and this is a incredibly important topic of conversation at the high school among our high school students, what they see, hear, and experience every day, and it should be unacceptable to all of us. It's unacceptable for people to drink alcohol and use drugs in our public spaces and outside our schools where it's already illegal to do so. And it's unacceptable that Burlingtonians, particularly our elders and our caregivers, are frightened to use our public parks and enjoy our public spaces. And if we do not act with a renewed sense of urgency, I believe we risk grave damage to the civic, cultural, and economic health of our city. So with that sense of urgency, there are several components to this resolution that I think make it an important and worthwhile step. First, as President Paul noted, the resolution creates a regular agenda item in our city council meetings for us to address the public health and safety crisis, which I hope will force us to maintain our sense of urgency and remain accountable to the public on this issue. Second, the resolution reaffirms the city's long-standing commitment to a policy that acknowledges substance use disorder as a disease requiring medical treatment and the opioid epidemic as a public health crisis that requires public health solutions that center on harm reduction strategies. This has long been the city's policy, and the mayor's office and many people on the city council deserve much credit for their initiatives in this area. This resolution very clearly reaffirms that public policy approach, which I fully support. This resolution also, however, does recognize in what I believe is plain, common sense language that there is a very important public safety component to this crisis that also requires attention and renewed thinking. Too often, the political discussion in this area is presented as a binary choice between those who support law and order and those who support harm reduction and social services. This, I am convinced, is a false dichotomy that does a real disservice. Burlington deserves better. We can support both a compassionate response to those in need and insist that people are held accountable when they break the law and interfere with the rights of others. Third, the resolution calls upon leaders in Montpelier to also act with urgency which I think has been lacking, to provide additional judicial and prosecutorial resources if that's necessary for our county, and to quickly release the available opioid settlement funds that are so urgently needed. And I was heartened to hear from the mayor today that that seems to be in the works. By making these requests, this resolution recognizes that the challenges we are facing in Burlington are regional, if not statewide challenges, and a commensurate and fair response is required by the state of Vermont. And finally, as President Paul noted, this resolution calls for a series of public forums in which stakeholders and community members can gather and provide data and information in furtherance of new policy ideas. We ask the police and fire departments for certain categories of data, for example, as well as the state's attorney's office. And it may be that some of what we ask for is unavailable, but I hope that this can serve as an invitation for dialogue with these stakeholders so that we and our constituents can better understand what information is available and increase visibility on these issues. And finally, to echo what President Paul said, this resolution was the product of a very lengthy process, and Councilors Grant and Paul worked incredibly hard on it and deserve much of the credit for it. No one got all the language that they preferred in this resolution. There were significant compromises by everyone, but I think that's what our constituents expect of us. And I think this is an important step forward, and I hope that the council will support it.
Thank you, Councilor Doherty. Counselor McGee.
Thank you, Acting President Travers. I have remarks for the resolution as it is, but I also have an amendment that I would like to offer, so we'll do that first. My amendment can be found under JM underscore alt proposed underscore amendment. We'll pull this up quickly. This is largely the same as the proposed amendment that I had sent to the council first earlier today. Actually, sorry. Jared, would it be best for me to move the amendment and then go through it, or go through the amendment?
Yes, I think that'd be the appropriate
Okay.
action to
All right.
move the amendment, receive a second, and then.
Thank you. So I will move to amend the resolution using the document that I just stated, and ask for the floor back after a second.
Thank you, Counselor McGee. So there's a motion from Counselor McGee to amend the resolution to reflect the changes in JM alt proposed amendment resolution, seconded by Counselor Bergman. Counselor McGee, I assume you would like the floor back.
Yes, thank you. This amendment goes through, and most of my changes here help to clarify the language and cut down some of the wordiness of some of the clauses. On line 36, in the second resolve clause, I took out the language that said associated with substance use that endangers the safety of our community, because I don't like the insinuation that all of the crime that we have seen in our community is the result of substance use. I think this language is stigmatizing and does not help us actually address this problem. The next amendments that are, I think, the most substantive begin on line 64, related to recruitment and retention for deputy state's attorneys. In conversations with our state's attorney, Sarah George, I have learned that her office is actually one in the state that does not have recruitment or retention challenges, and so I think it is a mischaracterization for us to put that in this resolution. And the last, I think, substantive...
Point of information.
Point of information,
Acting
Councilor Chang.
President, yes, I was just wondering if Councilor Maggie is moving all of the amendments and we vote on all of them at once? Or will he be doing it one by line?
I believe the motion is to entirely replace the resolution with that version that Counselor McGee has moved, but is that correct, Counselor McGee?
That is correct.
So all of the amendments at once?
Okay, thank you.
Counselor McGee?
My next amendments are to the resolve clause in this version, lines 89 through 97, relating to data from the state's attorney's office. This amendment comes as the result of significant engagement with our state's attorney regarding the limits of the system that they use to collect and maintain data. They are not able to break out data by municipality, and so I think it is wrong for us to include language in this resolution that asks the state's attorney for something that she cannot provide. We have tried several avenues to get this language into the resolution, and for reasons passing understanding, it has not made it in there yet, and so I am presenting it here tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions about these changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor McGee. The question is on the proposed amendment. Are there any counselors who wish to speak to the amendment? Counselor Grant?
I just, regarding the data, so data, it's my mantra, it's very important. And I think what happened here was like, wow, this would be great to know. We need to know this because we can all agree that we've just not been giving Burlingtonians enough information. And as a council, we've had information gaps. And so I think I tried to resolve this at the Public Safety Committee meeting, but I guess I wasn't making myself well understood. As we have it written, it's not correct. They're not a city office, they're a state office. The software that they use has limitations. So the state's attorney came back and said, there is certain information I can give you. It's not to the full specificity that we would like to see. It's just that software system doesn't have that capability. So it would not be good to have it within this resolution when we know that we won't be able to get those specific things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Bergman.
Well, I would just say that these seem to be technical amendments that are totally consistent with the rest of the resolution. They correct a couple of substantive errors, which I think we can and we should correct if we can right now. And in terms of the data, clearly what this does is totally in line with what Councilor Dougherty said, in terms of even if they cannot provide us with the information that we're asking, at least it begins the dialogue. And what this does is says, let's start the dialogue and give us the information. And I hear that the state's attorney is willing to come. So I would actually hope that these would be friendly amendments and would be incorporated by the makers of the resolution and the motion, and we can then move on with what I think will be a very harmonious action by the full council.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. We have been in the practice of allowing friendly amendments. Councilor McGee, are you asking whether or not the maker of the underlying motion is friendly to the amendment?
I would welcome that.
Councilor Paul, are you friendly to the proposed amendment?
I am not.
Okay, thank you. The question is then, on the proposed amendment, are there any other councilors who wish to speak to it?
You need to know. Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Thank you. So I'd like to explain why these amendments are not friendly as a group, and I'll just give a couple of examples. I do want the public to know that the Public Safety Committee spent 9 hours of committee time on this resolution. We sent several drafts of resolutions to the full council. We welcomed other input from other counselors, and in fact, there were several counselors who gave us input while we were doing this process. We went through line by line in a 4-hour meeting talking about developing, with the end result being developing a carefully crafted, collaborative amongst the three of us, and including a number of counselors who did attend those meetings. We tried to come up with a product that reflected, for the most part, nobody got everything that they wanted, but reflecting a very well-developed, well-thought-out resolution. And I'll just sort of give you one example. There were prior versions of this resolution that mentioned the categories of illegal activity that are on line 94 in the one that I'm looking at. This is the amended resolution that Councilor McGee has proposed. And we talked about the categories of illegal activity that were occurring in our community, and we named them. Those categories of illegal activity were in the resolution twice. And there was a concern that we shouldn't include them. And so what we did was we compromised. We took them out of a whereas clause and we put them into the resolve clause. And even though some of us didn't want them in at all, others wanted them in. And that was the compromise that we struck in order to move on in developing the rest of this resolution. This amendment takes that out. And that was an agreement among the three of us who are sponsors of this resolution that we would include it in that clause. So to take it out is not something that the three of us agreed to. There are other things, for example, and I'll just give one other, and then I'll yield the floor. We talk about the fact that on line 43, or 41, that we're reaffirming and reiterating our strong and unwavering support for all evidence-based harm reduction strategies. We have never as a council put in a resolution information about drug checking programs. So with a compromise that we made was because there was a counselor who wanted to include drug checking programs. We added another resolve clause, and that was that the council affirms its strong and unwavering support for these programs. But we can't reaffirm something that we haven't previously affirmed. And so that was another one of the compromises that we made. Some people didn't want a second resolve clause, but others wanted the drug checking programs in the resolution. So that was the compromise. We also compromised on the fact that we did not know all of the information that we could get, and there were some that wanted to be able to find that out. And so what we did was, as opposed to obligating the state's attorney to give us information that she might not be able to give us, we added the words if possible. And the three of us agreed to that. So I guess this is a long-winded way of me saying that there was a lot of effort that went into this resolution. And most people that I have spoken with have said that they read it and it flows and it makes sense and it covers everything and it's transparent and it is what many people who were involved in this process want to see us do in moving forward. So I do appreciate the effort that is made here, but for those reasons, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Paul. Councilor Grant, did you want to speak again to the amendment? I had you next on the list.
There were things where I was outvoted, so be it. I guess I'm not going to speak on the amendment. I will come back and speak on the resolution itself. Thank you.
I also have you next up on the underlying resolution. Councilor McGee, I had you next. Before turning to you, are there any other councilors that wish to speak on the amendment? All right, so Councilor McGee, will turn back to you and then perhaps turn to a vote on the amendment.
I'll save the rest of my remarks for the underlying. Thank you.
Okay, to confirm, are there any other councilors that wish to speak on the proposed amendment? Then we'll go to a vote. I believe that there is a sufficient break. Sorry? You have to do it by roll. Yeah, right. Because we have Councilor Carpenter online, and I believe this will not be unanimous. We will need to take the vote by roll call, and so we'll turn to the city clerk for a roll call vote. Thank you.
Councilor Barlow?
No.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
No.
Councilor Jang?
No.
Councilor Doherty?
No.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor King?
No.
Councilor McGee?
Yes.
Councilor Shannon?
No.
Councilor Paul?
No.
And then Acting City Council President Travers?
No. So we are now back on the underlying resolution. Oh, the vote, yes. Could the clerk, thank you for the suggestions here. Could the city clerk read the results?
3 ayes, 8 nays, 1 absent.
Okay. So the amendment fails. We now return to the underlying resolution, and as indicated, Councilor Grant, you were next up on that. And then Councilor McGee.
The initial discussion that was the driving conversation for this resolution occurred at the Public Safety Committee meeting on August 17th. I really encourage everyone to go listen to that conversation. Starts at 1 hour, 13 minutes. I don't take a lot of credit for a lot of stuff. I kind of stand around and I get loud about things sometimes. And then sometimes things happen when I get loud. It's what happens when you're not being heard. And I felt that I was representing Burlingtonians that were not being heard and have had it. I think the term we've been using a lot is compassion fatigue, right? We all feel compassion fatigue. I wanted, especially with regards to the city council agenda, I think we weren't putting anything on our agenda. So we weren't actually communicating with the people of Burlington. People were going to meetings, and as a city councilor, I started going to the Comstop meeting, which I think is probably the most important meeting that I go to with regards to this crisis. And yes, and the mayor will have to forgive me, I go to his coffees, I have these conversations with him, and sometimes it's just like pull to get out information that he does have in his head and that he is working on, but is not sufficiently communicating. Like, I think the things that happened here tonight were like the best things the council has done with regards to communicating with the city of Burlington. Definitely since I've been a counselor, and as a commissioner, I've fought for these levels of engagement to improve as well. So I'm going to vote for this resolution because it is important to me and because I was kind of yelling about it at this meeting at some point, like we do need to do some things. And so there's been these lovely statements about it, which is great, but we have lost some of my intention, and I am fearful about that. I'm just going to give one example and then let other people speak. When it comes to the public forums, it's not about gathering experts. Like, we should be, during our council meetings and through our public safety committee meetings, having experts come and speak and then getting that information out. These forums, in my mind, were meant to engage the public kind of in the way that people were engaged when they were speaking here at a public forum, was that we needed members of the public to talk to people in Montpelier in a different sort of way. We don't have anyone lobbying for us effectively, and we need to lobby for ourselves. And we need to tell our stories, take 2-3 minutes to say, this is my story as a resident of Burlington. This is my story as a employee of Burlington. This is my story as a visitor of Burlington. So that Burlington has a face, Burlington has a voice, not just emails, but the audio, the video. And my idea of the forums was like we could be recording people, making videos, getting really effective with Instagram stories, other social media, emails to people that are not only part of our delegation, because the Burlington delegation does understand, but not other people that are on these committees that have to make the decisions to release money to us so we can have more resources. People think we have too many resources, and that just blows my mind because we do not have enough, especially with trying to get people into recovery. I don't want these forums to be just, they're not meant to be bitch sessions, and they're not meant to have people be there who would control the voice of Burlingtonians. I want it so that the voices of Burlingtonians are heard, because these specific stories, when taken as an aggregate, are impactful. We have a current governor who is not engaged in what is happening here. I think in the past we were able to have momentum because we had a governor who was. We have a governor right now who's not, and we need to get him to that space. We have some state legislatures who are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor McGee.
Thank you, Acting President Travers. I want to start by correcting a troubling narrative that I've heard repeatedly in recent weeks, and I've heard numerous times here tonight. I've overheard and read comments from a great many people suggesting that we somehow have an imbalance in our response to the overdose crisis, focusing too much on harm reduction and not enough on enforcement. And that's just patently false. And I don't appreciate community leaders who continue to perpetuate this false narrative. I worry that somehow this resolution feeds that narrative as well. And I think, judging by the turnout that we saw at the public forum tonight, that that's correct. We have not dedicated near as many resources to harm reduction and health approaches to the overdose crisis as we have committed to fighting the war on drugs through bloated law enforcement budgets, and this is true at every level of government. We've made a great effort in this country to criminalize poverty and despair. By designating acts of despair as criminal, we've opened the floodgates, dedicating resources to law enforcement in an effort to disappear people who are suffering. The unfortunate truth is that federal, state, and local governments have historically decided that it is easier to incarcerate or murder by neglect those who are suffering, rather than dedicate resources to help them find lasting stability. And I want to be very clear. Burlington and Vermont have come a long way in the way that we talk about this crisis, and our city has taken great action to begin to embrace harm reduction. But we have not realized the promise of what true harm reduction and true health responses to this crisis could look like. And it shows. It shows in the ways passersby sneer at those who have no other place to go and bring all their worldly possessions to City Hall Park. It shows in the Instagram accounts that post videos of people using drugs on a public bench because they have no safe private place to use. Decades of this mentality have led us to where we are now, under-resourced and overburdened support services, and a carceral system twisting itself in knots in an attempt to arrest, prosecute, and incarcerate those who have been left behind. I appreciate, President Paul, you using that line in your remarks as well. Folks who have been left behind by an economy that commodifies basic needs. I don't think that this is the world that we want to live in. And I want folks to imagine for a moment what it could have looked like if 50 years ago, when the war on drugs began, we had acted in a radically different way, creating a robust network of well-resourced support services to ensure that no one ever reached their lowest low. It's time for us to wake up to the cruel reality of the system we've played a role in creating and commit to doing things differently. It may be called radical. Some will say we are out of our minds. Many will caution that too much compassion could lead to more danger. And I just want folks to come to this with an open mind that if we embrace true health-focused solutions to this crisis, things will get better. And I am very wary of the fact that we continue to call for very short-sighted solutions in name of being comfortable when we have the opportunity to radically change how we handle these things in the future. This resolution is not a magic wand. And even though it carries with it many things that I have supported and advocated for in nearly my entire time on the council, I will be voting no on it tonight, partly due to some of the language that stigmatizes those who use drugs, and partly because of the process that got us to tonight. Because I simply can't understand why, when we are told repeatedly by a fellow elected official, someone who is our partner in solving this crisis, why we would not make changes that they say need to be made to this resolution in order for it to be correct. I simply can't stand by that, and I don't think any of us should. I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor McGee. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak to the resolution? Sure. Councilor Bergman?
Sure. I really believe when I said that the amendments were totally in line with what we are proposing in this. I understand there's a few nuances there, but I really do believe that. I would have loved for us to unite around that. That being said, I know how to lose, and I also know how to step back and take a look at a big picture. And when I read this resolution, I see a basically balanced approach, and I'm impressed with that. I would like to have had those amendments because I think they would have clarified and corrected inaccuracies. But be that as it may, that'll get corrected in life, and we'll move on. This is a next step. I think that when Councillor McGee talks about it not being a magic wand, we need to be clear. I think when the public hears the presentation and the direct questions related to City Hall Park, and we get the answer, which I accept and thank the officers for that, it's clear it's not a magic wand, this resolution. And that's okay. There is no single solution to this problem, to this crisis. And I think that at its heart, what it speaks to is the need for new and innovative actions on both the public safety and the enforcement and the health aspect. I happen to come from somewhat of a prosecutorial background. I actually believe in enforcement. I don't believe in folks who are causing harm, and particularly who are profiting from harm, to act with impunity. So that bothers me a great deal. But this, as we heard consistently from the public and the police, is a really complicated matter. We heard that it includes not just the wellness, but includes affordable housing. It includes livable wages. We have a serious job. It's why I actually think that the declaration of a crisis around opioid epidemic is really important, and the numbers that we were shown by the police really show that. So I think it's absolutely appropriate that we do this. I mean, we have now going to have a regular city council place for bringing this up. I often bring up things related to the climate crisis. I really encourage folks to bring that up in the same way. It can be hard. It can feel like something that we would pass over pro forma, but it's not, and it's very important to do. The public forums, the working with the state, the working with the state's attorney and the judiciary, getting data, all are essential. And it seems clear that we're not going to get a unanimous vote, but I do believe that we will get a strong affirmative vote, and we should also take the concerns that our colleague has raised about this to heart as we look at the next steps going forward, because I do believe that we are very much on a similar road, if not walking hand in hand. So I will be voting yes for this.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak on the resolution? Mayor Weinberger.
Thank you, Councilor Travers. I'll try to be brief. I just want to make it clear, I stated this during the briefing when asked by the media, the briefing that we gave in the middle of the day, that I very much welcome this resolution. I welcome the Public Safety Committee taking the time to work on it further over the last month and make it a balanced resolution. Welcome the opportunity for the BPD to be able to present directly tonight the presentation they did. My feeling is that this resolution brings the council and the administration into further alignment, further clarity that it is the position of the city to do what I think we heard forcefully said tonight, is pursue both public safety enforcement efforts as well as stick with and continue to work very hard on harm reduction efforts. I do want to be clear from my perspective, we do attempt and do actively communicate about these issues frequently. Anyone who is watching this who is not on the mayor's office newsletter, I encourage people to go to the website and sign up for that. We have had many updates on these issues in recent years, and we will continue to do so. We had a mass communication about the overdose levels in July that provoked a lot of the attention to how the overdoses numbers were changing so dramatically this year. And we will continue to bring forward a steady set of actions to respond to this crisis to this body. We took action together in August to fund opioid settlement investments, to put money into the Vermonters for Criminal Justice Reform. Tonight, when we finish this item, we'll be taking action to have the fire department respond to overdoses in a new way. We will continue to act and put decisions in front of this body to move forward, and I appreciate the collaboration on it.
Thank you, Mayor Weinberger. Councilor Shannon, did you wish to speak to the resolution?
Yes, thank you. I would like to thank Councilor Paul for bringing this forward. Sorry, President Paul, not at the moment, but for bringing this forward. And note that what we're really doing here is affirming work that we have done or stated before. And we're opening a conversation, which is a first step. And what I think that Burlington really needs is an intervention. And interventions don't happen out of anger, they happen out of love. They happen to save people's lives. And like many people at this table, I have my own experience with substance use disorder, and I participated in my first intervention at 19 years old. And you don't know what's going to happen and what will be said when you get around the table. But people need to be held to account. What we're doing isn't working. We need to recognize that. We can't solve a problem without recognizing our problems. There's a reason why there's no safe space for people to shoot up, and that's because in our own homes, we don't allow it. It's not acceptable. And when the only place left to do it is our public streets, that's not acceptable either. And it's not benefiting anyone. And we need to remember how people that are in this situation are victimized themselves. I appreciate the comments about involuntary commitment saving at least one life. I think it saved many, many more. And it doesn't have to be incarceration. We need to offer people help. And we need the state to help us offer that help. There are certain things we can't do very well as a municipality. And we really need to lean on our state and federal partners to get the help that we need for people. These are our loved ones that live on the street. But that doesn't mean it's okay, and that being endlessly tolerant is going to help anyone. So thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for opening the discussion. And I hope that we have the courage to really discuss this honestly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Shannon. Woe is me as acting president to try to enforce the time limits we agreed to in our agenda. But we're about 15 minutes past the 30 minutes that we had allotted for this agenda item. But are there other councilors who wish to speak to it? I'll turn to Councilor Jang and then Councilor Grant.
Thank you, Acting President Travers. Yes. And again, I echo the sentiments of thanking my colleagues that worked on this very hard over the past couple of weeks and months to bring this resolution. Actually attended at least one of your meetings, and my staff also directed him to show up, right? So that we can discuss this better. Because this is such an important policy item. This is a big problem that we are encountering as a city and as a state. But I also just wanted to make sure that people understand this is not the first time we have been trying to do something. Mira Weinberger, on his own initiative, had something for quite some time to bring experts together to try to solve this issue with tangible data, and being also the first person who actually hired a city staff to do this work, to bring, because this has been an opiate crisis for so long. Now it has gotten to a point, right? Something needs to be done. I loved some elements of Contra Maggie's amendments, but unfortunately it was all brought together for one vote. Reason why, but some elements I did love them, right? And I also know that he been also attending that, the committee, because some of them he was always there. He cares, he have brought so many other resolutions around this crisis. But I think it doesn't matter where we are at, but this is currently right now a time where we can come together, like right here. It's for us to lose, but for the community to have hope that we all agreed behind this crisis. I think that's one step. The leaders of this city care enough to recognize that this is a problem. I think that will allow us all to vote yes, especially when the mayor is in support. So we're sending a message of hope. Let's hold hand to support those who are struggling in our community, right? What I do definitely think about this resolution, from my perspective, is not doing what needs to be done. This resolution is not talking about prevention. This resolution is not talking about providing more resources to the police to track down drug dealers. It's not providing more staffing to the mayor's opiate person for more money. It's not asking this city to provide more resources. This resolution is talking only about having 2 community forums where people can come, we'll talk, and we leave. The best work the city has done, the best work, why Burlington is known, because we study things. We are known, yes, for we study. We do a lot of public process. And actually, that's what got this city great things. We take the time, we study things, we take action. I thought we definitely learned a lesson in 2020 with the police, how it ended up, how it's costing us now more money because we're being reactionary. Let's take the time to solve the problem. That's what I think. But I will support this resolution for the sake of the people who are struggling among us. But I would have loved at least to have a task force of 7 people, experts, who have staff. Look at the Aging Commission of the city of Burlington. Look at the Dog Task Force. Look at so many great people, community members, just coming together to try to solve one problem. And those, if you look at it, they don't make a lot of noise, but they bring solution to our problem. I hope that we have that mindset of taking the time to do things and do them also very right. What am I going to do and tell the governor about this problem? I don't know, right? I will support this resolution. I want to again thank those who worked very hard on it. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. Before turning to Councilor Grant, are there any councilors who have not spoken on the resolution that wish to speak to it? All right. After Councilor Grant, will there be any councilors who wish to speak to the resolution again? All right. Councilor Grant, would you like the floor, and then perhaps we'll turn to a vote after that?
Certainly, thank you. So Scott Pavick is a department of one. He needs more resources, no question. I agree with that. The resolution does speak to the fact to continue supporting recruitment for all employees that are at the front line of this crisis, including the policing department. There have been approved bonuses, approved increase in salary. We've done a lot. And now we need to think about retention. We keep going back to this whole, the politics of this get dirty sometimes. We really need to just keep it out. We keep going back to a vote. That vote didn't fire anybody. They left. They left Burlington. They left other cities and towns. In Vermont, they left the Vermont State Police. They left across the country. It wasn't about politics. It was about other root causes that give me a call, we'll have some tea, and we can discuss it. The resolution, my idea was to actually address some things that we are not, in fact, doing, which is communicating. We are not communicating are we going to reach every person in Burlington? No, I'm not asking that. But there needs to be acknowledgement that we can do better. And I'm on the mayor's newsletter. I open it, I read it. Is every Burlingtonian on that newsletter? Is that newsletter the end-all, get-all? Are these things on our agenda? No. And even when we had something that was important related to the funding that we have received and how we are allocating it, it got put into the deliberative agenda, which everyone should read, but I know they don't. But it sometimes is a place where good information goes to die. You know, anything related to this crisis needs to be simply and deliberative, just so it's discussed with the people of Burlington. And there's other things in there that we aren't actually doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Councilor Paul, you indicated you'd like to make additional comments. It's your motion, so we'll give you the last word and then go to a vote.
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, Acting President Travers. You know, I find it's interesting that in the short time that we've been, and I say short because it hasn't been that long, but the short time that we've been talking about this resolution, there's actually a number of ideas that have been brought forward just from this table. And honestly, if bringing this resolution forward elicits that many ideas from 12 people. Just imagine what it will do at a community forum. I think that we have to be very careful when we're talking about a resolution that I think does have several action steps, that we not minimize them. And the point of these public forums is not for everyone to get together and talk about what's wrong in Burlington or talk about what's right in Burlington. The idea of these public forums is to elicit ideas and to be able to find solutions by talking with community members, so that we're all coming together with the same information and we are all working towards a shared vision. And as I've said before, you can't have decision without vision, but with vision you can move forward. And that is what this resolution is saying, is that we need to try new approaches, pilot new responses, be bold, and not afraid to test these approaches. We're going to hear about one of them very shortly from Chief LaChance. This was a carefully crafted agenda. We talked about the drug crimes unit. We moved on to a resolution. We're going to hear about one program that is exactly what we're talking about in this resolution, and there are many, many more of them. So, I think that it's important that we be positive about the fact that really, truly, I meant what I said. Some of the smartest people on the planet live in this city, and there are plenty of people who will come forward, will be part of those community forums, and are anxious to give those ideas. So let's move forward from there. Let's not worry about, for now, let's please not worry about how we got here. Let's worry how we're going to move on and how we're going to figure this out, and we're going to make Burlington better so that people who walk on the street are no longer concerned about what they see, and they feel good about our downtown. They feel good about their neighborhoods. They feel good when they walk their child to school. We can do all of that, and we have it within all of us to get this done. So that's my. If this is the last word, I hope that is the last word. Thank you so much.
Believing that is the last word and seeing no other speakers, we will go to a vote. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Councilor Bergman?
Yes.
Councilor Carpenter?
Yes.
Councilor Jang?
Yes.
Councilor Doherty?
Yes.
Councilor Grant?
Yes.
Councilor King?
Yes.
Councilor McGee? Councilor Shannon?
Yes.
Councilor Paul?
Yes.
Acting City Council President Traverse?
Yes. Travers.
10 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
The resolution carries. Thank you. President Paul?
Thank you very much, and thanks for taking care of that so that I could speak to this resolution. So this brings us to item 6.3, which is the Burlington Fire Department Community Response Team. And for this item, we have Fire Chief Mike LaChance. I believe that we also have Lieutenant Kyle Blake, President of the Burlington Firefighters Association, joining us. Thank you so much for being here this evening. We are all looking forward to this agenda item. And before we come to the two of you, we will go to a motion. Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. I move to approve and authorize the Chief Administrative Officer to make any and all necessary budget amendments to allocate and use the assigned opioid money fund to support the formation and associated costs of a community response team operated within the Burlington Fire Department for 6 months with a budget not to exceed $182,598.
Thank you so much, Councilor Barlow. Is there a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor Jang. So, Chief LaChance, Lieutenant Blake, thank you so much for being here, particularly at this late hour. I know, Lieutenant Blake, you've got a long drive ahead of you in order to get back to training tomorrow morning, so thank you for your patience in being here. The floor is yours.
Thank you, everybody. I really appreciate everybody's thoughts tonight. It's been an eye-opening meeting with a lot of good information. So in partnership with the resolution that was just passed, the Burlington Fire Department has been brainstorming what we can do to help with this epidemic. This presentation that was brought to you was a bottom-up presentation. This was our folks coming to me saying, Chief, just let us go out there and let us try to solve some of these problems. Working together with Lieutenant Blake, we forwarded this proposal to the mayor 3.5 weeks ago. Honestly, we started hiring for the positions before this meeting. So if it is successful, we will move forward, and we're going to be moving forward as quickly as Monday. We're going to be having this team on the road. This team will be voluntarily hired overtime firefighters. We're going to have AEMTs, paramedics in the field, 2-person team using department vehicles. They will be running our unresponsives and overdose responses. They're going to be the first ones out the door. Actually, not out the door. They're going to be on the road. They're going to be out there. When they're not running these, they're going to be interacting with the community. They will be making connections with this population, as well as with other services available in the city. We have been in contact with the Howard Center Street Outreach. I had an hour-long meeting with Cam Leaf over at the Turning Point Center this morning. We've had our excellent CSLs right in the firehouses talking with us about what's happening here. So we're going to be reaching out, sending a pretty wide net of folks that we can talk to here. Our goal, I can't promise. I mean, this isn't the silver bullet. This is just another tool in the toolbox to add to all the things that this city has already put out there. And this is just one more thing that we feel like we can do to help move the needle on this issue. I have a quick presentation. I swear it won't take very long. This is just showing some of the data that we're seeing in the fire department. You can see this is call numbers. We have, in 2023, we have already surpassed 2021 totals and on track for a 12% increase in 1 year. This data is interesting. It shows total overdose responses. You will see my numbers are a little bit higher than the police department's, which is not unusual. There are times that they respond and we don't, and vice versa. So our numbers aren't going to match up perfectly, but you will see that they are close. The in gray is the overdoses that we respond to but do not seek transport. Those numbers rising is a little unnerving because those folks aren't seeing definitive care. We're hoping that definitive care is a little more open to them if we have another service available to them. You can also see monthly overdose numbers are rising. This is just another chart showing the same data. This is something that the team is going to be responding to regularly. It's unknown problem person down. That's these calls are not all overdoses, but some of these are. This is a common response. As you can see, these numbers are rising exponentially as well. We send a full contingent to these folks, and sometimes they're sleeping. Sometimes they are having the desired effect of their substance. So this will get them treatment. We will be responding, able to do everything ALS that you would normally get, but for those lower, I apologize, it's late. But for those calls that aren't quite as serious, we will have a lesser response with the ability to get a full contingent there almost immediately. This is an interesting one, and it just shows, this is alcohol intoxication, and again, this is at dispatch. This is what we're dispatched to. And you can see that rise in calls is not really attributed to alcohol. Alcohol is a pretty steady metric. It is, in fact, those overdose numbers that is, and unresponsive numbers that is driving a lot of this. Our houseless population, this is the homeless, houseless, transient, or no address population, and I put all those words there because when I do the query, that's how I have to do it in order to glean all this data. But you can see this year that has gone up exponentially too, and those are not individual people, those are runs. So some of these runs, some of these folks account for a number of these runs. And then again, another graph just to show that same data. This is overdose responses. That's a heat map that shows responses. You can see they are throughout the city. The higher numbers are, of course, downtown where we would expect them to be, but you can see that this service is going to be citywide. They are going to have their hands everywhere. And this is overdose responses by hour of day and day of the week. So one thing guardrails are low in getting this started. The reason is I really am looking to to use the time that these folks can dedicate to this to its maximum. I plan to we started it with 12 hours, 8 to 8. I want to leave it open to have our folks give feedback and say, Chief, we really don't need to be on the road from 8 till noon. We should do this noon to 10, or I really want to leave it so that we can accept feedback and we can make this as useful as possible. One thing that I need everybody to remember, this is going to be staffed with overtime, voluntary overtime firefighters. These are folks that are working 56 hours. These are folks that are working overtime, voluntary minimum staffing, as well as mandatory minimum staffing, as well as time in the dispatch center and this. So can I guarantee 2 people, 12 hours a day, 7 days a week? That's where I set the benchmark for funding. I can't guarantee that, but I'll tell you, we're going to give it a try. That's for sure. And we already have the first 4 or 5 days hired. So, Kyle, would you like to?
I think what is coming before you today is the first time that we're actually using a triage model for these types of calls. Typically, a 911 call comes in, it's a medical emergency, we're sending the ambulance and we're sending the engine. And we do that because we don't really know what's going on there. And operationally, we have not been stressed to this level before where we could not handle that. This call volume that you're seeing due to those specific call types, the unresponsive, possible overdose, are stressing us in an operational way that is not sustainable. So it is forcing us to be adaptive, to be fluid, and to be creative with a response. So this unit will be rolling out the door, arriving on scene, and triaging that call, determining the level of care that that patient potentially needs. Does that patient just need to be checked in on and say, are you good? If that's all they need, that is all that we will give them. We will have additional services available, Narcan leave behind kits, fentanyl test strips, literature that advises of city resources, but we're not looking to show up with a loud fire truck, a loud ambulance, and 5 people jumping off the truck saying, what's going on, are you okay? We want to meet them where they're at. ALS, if you're not familiar with that term, that's advanced life support. If we do come across an individual that is in a true, potentially fatal overdose, we have every single tool that the ambulance does in this vehicle to start reversing that. We have Narcan, we have bag valve masks to help breathe for them, oxygen, AED, we can do CPR, and they get on the radio and the ambulance and the engine are coming. So we are truly trying to meet these patients at the level that they need us. And this is really a first for the department. To speak on the other aspect of what the chief hit, this is voluntary overtime. You heard it earlier this evening with the police department talking about their street crime unit, right? They were trying to staff that with voluntary overtime, and they're doing the best they can. That was a current service they were offering that then got pulled back that they were trying to meet. This is brand new for us. One of the biggest concerns that I got feedback from the membership about was, well, if we stand this up and we just can't carry this load, 12 days a week, or 12 hours a day, 7 days a week, indefinitely, do we look like the bad guys? And what I assure them is no, because we are trying something. And I think that needs to be the biggest message tonight, is that the membership of this department came up with this idea, wants to carry the load, wants to push this forward and meet the city and the population where they're at, but it is a heavy lift. We're essentially increasing staffing from 22 to 24, 7 days a week, 12 hours a day, with no actual increase in the amount of staff that we have. And we're willing to do that because we want to try, we want to make a difference, we want to help this move forward. I just ask that you consider that when we start coming back to you and looking at these numbers about, is this a sustainable model? Like, we want to get it off the ground, we want to try these dynamic things, but we're going to need some support down the road if this is successful and it's happening.
All right. Does anybody have any questions?
Councillor Zhang.
Yep. First, thank you so much for staying so late and for everything that you do in the city and for the proposal. What I like the most is actually the memo. It was well written. It's very, very clear. I like that. I also like the slides, data, and was just wondering
And
if...
I will add those to Civic Clerk. I apologize. I just finished them today.
Perfect. They're beautiful. Well done, especially the hours where exactly. But do you now have, like, where those calls come from if you take the map of the city? These are where the calls come from the most. Is it downtown? Is it, do you have that?
I actually do. One of the heat maps showed, and I apologize if you missed it, I'd be happy to share it again, but we can share it on Civic Clerk.
Please.
And it does show those different colored dots, and it shows the areas where
Exactly.
you get the most calls.
I
Yep.
would love to. I'm interested in seeing that. Thank you. And was just wondering, for example, if you wanted to hire just new additional staff, will it be at this level of cost?
Full-time staffing, I honestly, it probably wouldn't be. It would probably be a higher level of cost.
Okay.
Just because we couldn't do it with, say, 2 people. And honestly, I think this pilot program is going to give us an idea of what do we need. And I think that, you know, my firefighters out there kind of taking that hit right now will answer a lot of questions for us. What's working, what's not, and what do we need? And honestly, having employees be able to do that at their overtime rate is a lot less expensive than hiring new employees to try to figure that stuff out.
Okay. Yep. And lastly, I mean, I'm a little bit concerned that basically this is just you trying it out and it's not full-time, and I thought that it would have been better, right, to just hire 2 new staff at a lower cost, right? But I also understand your point. This is just a pilot.
Correct.
Right?
This is a 6-month pilot.
Yes.
And it's honestly, you know, I think that there's been a lot of conversations about what we can do, and the fact that we have current city employees that are willing to try this out, I think is a good use of resources.
Wonderful. I thank you for your work, and I support this request.
Thank you, Councilor.
Thank you so much, Councillor Zhang. Was there any other councillor who wanted to, Mayor Weinberger?
Thank you, President Paul. I want to thank both of you for your hard and rapid work on bringing this forward. I think it is unusual to have this level of collaboration between union and management and bringing forward an innovation and idea, and appreciate how this has evolved so quickly. I'm very grateful for the hard work, the compassion that frontline firefighters have exhibited through this challenging period, coming out of a pandemic in which you never got a break and were asked to do so much. You've been thrown into this expanding crisis, and I know it's been extremely frustrating for the department, very difficult for the department. I appreciate that this effort takes that difficult experience and then turns it into innovation and turns it into a resource that has a chance to really fill a gap here and do proactive work that I have a lot of hope for. I've seen the way in which everyone from the chief on down has engaged this issue, tried to understand it better, and I'm very hopeful this pilot will very quickly produce some real results. So thank you both.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mayor Weinberger. If there is no one else who wishes to speak to this, and seeing no others in the queue, my apologies. Councilor Grant, my apologies.
Thank you. Real quick, I continue to be amazed by the fire department. Since becoming a city councilor, I've learned a lot about your department and just the important role you play in public safety and in addressing this particular public health issue. I love the communication that you have with your staff. It really speaks to your leadership. I love that the staff has the confidence to come to you with the idea, and you have the confidence to listen to them and to come up with this. I love how nimble you are. I love the data. I love that we get data without asking or having to beg for it. I think that means everything. That shows that you're looking to see where you can be most effective. I love that heat map. I think that's important because I think also that can be used from an enforcement side. If we know that you're going to the same places over and over and over again, that's got to be an indication of some significant dealing occurring. And I've definitely heard some of the horror stories about the places that everyone has to go into in order to treat these people. So I am looking forward to seeing how this works out, and I think this is a great example of the type of thinking that we need, the type of out-of-box thinking that we need and in some areas are willing to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Councilor Grant. Don't believe there's anyone else in the queue. So I think we can go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as presented by Councilor Barlow, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That motion passes unanimously. With our thanks to both of you for being here this late this evening and your service to the community. Please, when you see everyone tomorrow, express our thanks and gratitude to every member of the Burlington Fire Department.
We will. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would just like to add real quick, Councilor Jang, I apologize, I wasn't as flashy as the PD. I'll dress up better last time, so it's noted. Thank you, sir.
But you shaved. I almost didn't recognize you.
For the benefit of the public, this is what happens when we get to a meeting that goes until 11:35. We will move on to our last deliberative agenda item, which is 6.4, the City of Burlington's seasonal warming shelter project, the creation of one FTE position within CEDO, and the AHS grant agreements, contracts, and lease. And for this item, before we get to a discussion of the item, I will go to Councilor King for a motion. And did you check with the city attorney?
I did.
Great.
I will not be reading the full motion, so
Great.
I wish to move the motion and recommended actions as indicated on Civic Clerk.
Thank you, Councilor King. Do we have a second to that motion? Seconded by Councilor McGee. So, good evening. At this late hour to CEDO Director Brian Pine and Sarah Russell, the Special Assistant to End Homelessness. It's a pleasure to have you here with us. You, I imagine, have a presentation for us, or yes, you have a presentation for us. So please go ahead, and then we'll go to the council for any questions or comments.
Mayor, do you want to say anything to start, or should I jump in?
Thank you, Sarah. I certainly, this initiative has my full support, and I did give a lengthy intro to the briefing earlier today. I think given my extended comments earlier during the public safety, public health crisis resolution, I think I'll abbreviate them here. Maybe if you could put up the first slide. I think I'm going to let you take most of it. I guess I just want to set the stage, reminding everyone how significant a change it's been to city capacity to have a special assistant on homelessness. We created this position at the end of 2021, understanding that as we emerged from the pandemic, we were going to be faced with homelessness challenges we hadn't seen before. I don't think any of us imagined things would get quite as bad as they have gotten. I'm very grateful that we've had Sarah in this role for approaching 2 years now, trying to work at systemic levels and at operational levels to address this crisis. And this is another example of a very granular, detailed operational effort that Sarah is helping us bring forward, and the rest of the CEDO team under Director Pine. I think you will see in this presentation how approval of this with the funding provided by the state will further expand the city's capacity and commitment to action in this area, going even deeper, further into an area that is new to us, but that is very much needed right now. So I think with that, I'll let you take over.
Thank you. Did you want to say something?
Only to be very brief and say that this effort has gone from start until now in about 4 weeks, and Sarah Russell is really the one responsible. I am playing a supporting role, but she's been doing all of the heavy lifting, so just want to acknowledge that. And thank you.
Thank you. Team effort. So we have just a few slides tonight. We'll go quick because I might be almost as tired as you all this evening. The first slide, we wanted to just sort of level set around the increases in unsheltered homelessness that we're seeing across Chittenden County. We saw, as you are aware, and we reported to you a few months ago on June 1st, 170 households were exited from the motel program. Many of these households were adult individuals or couples in some cases. Many of them had significant substance use or mental health challenges or disabilities, but lacked the federal documentation to prove that, so they were exited from the motel system. So that's the majority of folks we saw leaving in June. And as we saw those folks leaving the motel, we saw our numbers of people who were unsheltered climb exponentially. Last summer, we were seeing about 80 people who were unsheltered across Chittenden County. This summer, we have 227 self-reports from July. As you can see here on the slide, there were about 100 self-reports in March, and that number has increased so much. So we are working, in addition to supporting households who are outside, or folks who are outside unsheltered. We also have outreach teams who are connecting with households that are still in the motel system under the June, what's called the June cohort. So folks who were in the motels and can remain in the motels through April 1st. We've worked to connect to coordinated entry. For those of you who are not aware, I can provide a quick overview of coordinated entry. We talk about it all the time, and I'm not sure how much time we spend actually breaking it down, but coordinated entry is mandated by HUD for communities that receive HUD funding to support specific homelessness, rental assistance, and service programs. In Chittenden County, we receive those fundings through our local Continuum of Care, or the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance, and they support rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing programs in Chittenden County. Coordinated entry, as I said, is mandated and essentially creates a no wrong door approach for households who are experiencing homelessness, ensuring that wherever they show up at whichever social service agency they arrive to, they will receive the same level of service and have the same access to housing resources, whether that's housing case management, long-term supports, rental assistance, or rental units that are specifically homeless dedicated. The last point there I think is important to note that we do have a master list from Chittenden County, which is comprised of households who are experiencing homelessness. That list is reviewed weekly by housing case managers to match folks with housing resources. We talk a lot about how our homelessness problem has grown, and I think it's also important that we highlight some of our successes. This slide demonstrates housing placements through coordinated entry. So these are households who are exiting homelessness into permanent housing. So you see the spikes there. We track this by month. In December, we saw Zephyr Place open. In Williston, that's a CHT property. I believe that we made 38 referrals for units to that property. So you see that spike of 52 in December. This only goes through April, but we do have data for the last few months indicating that we're on track with averaging about 25 referrals per month for housing placements. Overall, we've housed 176 households between January and August, and we currently have 56 pending referrals to permanent units, in addition to 9 pending referrals for rapid rehousing or permanent supportive housing programs.
Before we move on from that, I just want to make sure everyone understands how significant it is what Sarah just said about hitting these goals of successfully referring 25 people a month. It was that was what the Chittenden County Homeless Alliance committed to when the state legislature was deliberating a change to extending the emergency hotel program. We are on track as a state to fully end the program on July 1st of this year. Our team with partners stood up and said that is going to result in huge problems on our streets. Here's an alternative. Let us focus on this population. Let us help you wind this program down properly. And what Sarah's just said is we have been delivering on that commitment to place 25 people a month in the hotel program in Chittenden County by next spring as projected. I'm not sure, and I'm actually skeptical that that kind of placement is, anecdotally what I hear is that is not happening elsewhere in the state. It's happening here in Chittenden in large part because of the efforts of the CEDO team working with partners, and it's a real success.
Definitely. Thanks for highlighting that. I can say data that I know off the top of my head, but that is not on a slide, is that in Chittenden County, that June cohort was originally at 256 households. Now, I believe that we are down to 177 in Chittenden County, so we are ticking away at that number of households who are in motels and connecting them with permanent housing. So while we wait for permanent housing to come online, it's important that we provide a safe, stable shelter setting for folks who are waiting to move into permanent housing. In the last few years, these are the efforts that the city transferred both ownership of the property from a new to CHT and operations of the low barrier shelter program, also from a new to CVOEO. They made some changes to the program that reflect best practice for permanent shelter, which is non-congregate shelter. New Place was running as a semi-congregate shelter, and CVOEO will shift that to non-congregate, meaning that they'll serve 35 to 40 folks at that shelter. They will continue to operate as low barrier, and people will be able to stay there as long as they are engaged in services to move toward permanent housing. CVOEO also operates the Community Resource Center out of Feeding Chittenden. They had a grand reopening just a couple weeks ago and expanded their space with support from CEDO and CDBG funds to be able to serve the massive number of people that they are seeing visit that daytime shelter and meal site every day. Additionally, as you all are aware, we had this project at Elmwood, and we are serving 35 folks at the Elmwood Community Shelter since we opened the very first week of February. Now we are, because of the lack of shelter capacity within Chittenden County and the number of folks that we're seeing outside right now, the city is proposing to open a winter warming shelter beginning December 15th. Oh, fancy, Samantha. New temporary winter warming shelter at the VFW will provide overnight accommodations for up to 30, oops, now I've gone too far. Played around with it too much. For up to 30 guests, and we will have the potential for overflow capacity if necessary. Like I said, we'll be operating December 15th through March 15th. The reason I heard some comments about opening the shelter sooner, one of the reasons that we decided on these dates is because this is typically the dates that the Adverse Weather Conditions Program operates. For those of you who aren't aware, that is the relaxed eligibility criteria for motel access during cold weather, during the winter months. This is the time frame of that program. Secondly, we are working so quickly on this project, it is not possible to be able to open before this date. We're fully funded by the Agency of Human Services. That includes both operations and a small amount of capital improvements there. The shelter will be managed by CEDO, and as you saw in the proposal that we sent to you, we'll be utilizing a staffing company to fill those shifts. And we will operate using a low barrier model. The importance of a low barrier model shelter is critical, especially at a time when we're seeing a great deal of substance use in our community. We want to ensure that folks who are outside do have access to the shelter. The worst would be to spend time and resources and effort to stand up a shelter that didn't meet the needs of the people who needed to access it. So we work to reduce those barriers whenever we can. An important thing here, and the mayor noted this morning that I really want to highlight, is that the concerns around public safety are, not necessarily related to creation of new shelter, but that some of our public safety concerns come because we do not have enough shelter capacity to support people in a meaningful way. We acknowledge that this shelter definitely does not meet the need. As we know, there are many folks who are outside this winter. We know from the extreme cold shelter last year, we served at least 60 adults at that shelter, and we're opening a shelter for 30 this year. So we're going to try to put our dent in there and hope that the state will continue to adequately fund their adverse weather conditions for the motel stay. That is it for me. Happy to answer any questions that you might have, or if there's anything that I've missed, please.
Yeah, I'll just put a final point on the last slide there, and just as we start the debate over this, remind the public, remind the council, we have had a low barrier cold weather shelter every year since 2014. For 5 years, the facility existed in virtually the same place that we're proposing it here. We had very few complaints from the public during that time. We are envisioning a very similar facility being stood up here. We have done this since 2014 because before, when we didn't have a cold weather shelter, we had exposure deaths in this community. I think everyone agrees, I've never seen hard numbers on it, but everyone agrees that those exposure deaths have gone down significantly since we started operating such a facility. There are other benefits to these cold weather shelters. This has, in the past, as we, I think, basically heard from the BBA earlier, there has been strong support in the past from downtown stakeholders, from the business community for these cold weather shelters because these shelters reduce disorder. They improve the downtown. I think the challenges that we are facing, the complaints that we are hearing tonight and elsewhere come not because we have too much shelter, but because we have too little of it, because the current system is overwhelmed. This proposal will not keep the system from being overwhelmed, but it will be a step in the right direction, and I hope it will have strong support from the council tonight.
I just wanted to add the one thing that's unusual with this particular shelter and this project is that we'll be hiring a person which you all are being asked to approve. That's very unusual to do that, but it's unusual times call for unusual measures. So it's a measure that we feel is necessary to respond quickly. The only way we can pull this off and keep Sarah from working 7 days a week, 12 hours a day is to hire someone.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for these comments in the introduction and overview. So the floor is open to the council for comments or questions on the motion. Is there anyone who wishes? Councilor Bergman.
So we heard a request by former Councilor Busher regarding the opening, the time, and also the provision of breakfast instead of snacks. Could you comment about those, please?
Yeah. So like I said, it's just not possible for us to open any earlier than December 15th with staffing, and there are some capital improvements that need to be made. There's some security cameras that need to be installed to the property, and we're working like crazy to do that, but there's just no way that we can open the shelter before the 15th. In terms of having a morning meal, I don't disagree that we couldn't provide something. It's not something that I feel confident I can promise at this point. So we instead wrote into the proposal that there'll be some morning snacks and coffee available for folks to make their way to sites that offer breakfast routinely. So it's not something I can promise at this moment, but certainly something that we can consider.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councilor Bergman. Are there any other councilors who wish to speak to this motion before we go to a vote? Councilor Jang, and then we'll go to Councilor Barlow.
Thank you. I mean, I think I have substantial amount of respect for your work trying to solve this issue and all the initiatives from the mayor over the years, decades, right? But I do not feel comfortable voting in support of this tonight from the perspective of what's going on downtown and also what's already happening on the street where the identified site is. And, you know, the Elmwood, all the concern that we have learned, I think this is not a well thought out proposal from my perspective. If it was not in the vicinity of downtown, I would definitely vote in support of it. But as presented, like right here, and my experience also about just people, unhoused individuals, and what they definitely do need, made me realize that we need to start to think about this a little bit differently. We have one major need is to revitalize downtown. And we cannot revitalize downtown by bringing people who really definitely do need real help, right, from this community. And because of the location, that's why I am not voting in support of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jang. We'll go to Councilor Barlow.
Thank you, President Paul. And thanks again. I had made some comments during Board of Finance. I just wanted to sort of go back to them again. I wanted to thank you for the hard work that I know went into this, and it was quite expeditiously sort of planned, so also appreciative of that. And I am supportive of a cold weather warming shelter, but I do, like Councilor Jang, have real concerns about locating the shelter at the VFW building. It's a block from the marketplace, and given the challenges that we're already struggling with in the downtown, I also agree that, it adds an additional stressor to an already, difficult situation. There were neighborhood issues with this facility when it was run as a shelter before. And if our more recent Elmwood Avenue experience is a good predictor, regardless of how well we run the shelter within the four walls, its presence will bring an increase of drug use, potentially criminal activity, and unauthorized activity, excuse me, it's late for me as well, in private and public spaces around the shelter. And I have a concern about that, and I hear that concern from businesses as well. And it was expressed today at the Downtown Workers Public Safety Forum at Nectar's. I wish we had considered other locations outside the downtown core to site a warming shelter. I would even be more supportive of using temporary modular units in a location like North Beach, and I think somebody at Public Forum had mentioned that idea tonight. And I know that wouldn't be popular with my own constituents, but it would be better for the downtown that needs some relief at this point. But it doesn't seem like we have that opportunity now. What I was told at Board of Finance is the funding for this is tied to this location. Time is short, so this seems to be the only option that we have. So this effort has to go well from the start. The downtown businesses can't take another stressor. So I think I heard at the Board of Finance that the administration is committed to making sure that happens, and will be on top of any issues as they arise. And now that we have newly resolved council focus on this as well, we'll have opportunities, I guess, to check in during council meetings. And so, although I came into this day not willing to support this, I'm going to support it and hope that we'll be able to make this one work right from the start. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Barlow. Were there any other, Councilor Grant?
So, as someone who has lived in the Central District for quite some time, there's always been the concern about the number of services that are in our area. But I think we have to welcome this. I am befuddled by some of the business response because I have talked to many businesses, and I also walk up and down Church Street all the time, and businesses that have the recessed entryways or the alcoves, whatever you want to call it, are having numerous issues with people sleeping there because they're ideal for escaping the elements. So we want to talk about holiday shopping season and trying to get people downtown. I mean, I think that would be one of the reasons for getting it open earlier. It's like they can sleep in your alcove or they can sleep in this building. Which would you prefer? So to not have anything and to make assumptions about what might happen, I think is very dangerous when we start to go down that line of thinking. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Grant. Seeing no one else in the queue, appears we can go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion as made by Councilor King, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
Oh, my apologies. My apologies. To the clerk, we need to do that as a roll call. My apologies.
Councilor Barlow?
Yes.
Counselor Bergman,
Yes.
Counselor Carpenter,
Yes.
Counselor Jang,
No.
Counselor Doherty,
Yes.
Counselor Grant,
Yes.
Counselor King,
Yes.
Counselor McGee,
Yes.
Counselor Shannon, Counselor Travers,
Yes.
City Council President Paul.
Yes.
10 ayes, 1 nay, 1 absent.
Thank you. The motion passes. So that completes our deliberative agenda. Thank you again. Thank you as well, Director Pine, and to Special Assistant Russell for your time and commitment to this project. We have now completed our deliberative agenda, and we have just a few items left to complete on the rest of our agenda. Item number 8 is committee reports. Are there any counselors who wish to offer a committee report? Okay. Are there any counselors who wish to offer a committee report? Seeing none, we'll close out that item and go to our next item, which is item number 9, City Council General City Affairs. Are there counselors who wish to offer comments on general city affairs? Counselor Grant.
Thank you. As I believe all the council is aware of an extreme, I don't have a better word for it, an extreme, abhorrent act of discrimination that occurred at one of our NPAs. And I don't know if everyone's gotten the audio, but in the strongest possible terms, if you have not listened to the audio, please listen to it. I hope the mayor, if you have not gotten the audio, that you request it and listen to it. When people identify differently and want to be their true selves and lead their lives, and that comes for a whole variety of backgrounds. People who work in public spaces and want to serve have to create a welcoming and inclusive space. They can do whatever they want at home. They can decide whoever they want to hang out with personally. But if they're serving in a public group like an NPA or in a commission or committee, they have a responsibility. So there was a discussion. We'll be working with the city's attorney and with CEDO to come up with some verbiage that could be presented to the NPAs so that they can make sure that it's included in their bylaws. It's sad that something like that has to be done. I would like to think that people would stand up for the right thing. That didn't happen. And I guess that's all I'll say right now, because obviously people are leaving, so, and it's late. I want to go home. But you need to listen to the audio if you didn't listen to it. Have all of you left here listened to the audio? Okay, thank you. Tim, have you listened to the audio? Okay. Mayor, have you listened to the audio?
Yeah.
I really think this is inappropriate, Councilor Grant,
yes.
but since you asked directly, I have committed to sit with the person involved and listen to the audio with them.
Thank you.
Which
That's
is
all I
how
wanna
this, a lot has gone into this already, and I don't feel like that's being acknowledged.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just saying that whoever hasn't listened to the audio needs to listen to the audio because it's so abhorrent. And I think that, I know people get mad at me, especially around issues of microaggressions. This wasn't even a microaggression. When you hear it, you will understand why I'm so upset, and why I feel that it's important for the council to voice our concern. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilor Grant. We'll go to Councilor Jang and then to Councilor Bergman.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Grant, for bringing that up. And I think what we have received on the 5th of October that allowed 2 members of the steering committee of wards 4 and 7 to be very specific in the New North End. Those are serious allegations, very serious, that are definitely putting the health of our local democracy at risk, with no doubt. And what strikes me the most is people defending some of those behaviors. That's unacceptable. Not long ago, as a body, we passed here a resolution supporting people from the transgender community because of some harassment that they received in the community, right? We did it. We did a declaration of racism. If we don't do something about this, right, the policies we vote on, that this mayor is signing on, let's make sure that they have no meaning. We need to respect the people, especially those that are stepping up on a daily basis to serve us with no pay as volunteers. Now, we all can disagree on some elements about how the city should look like, who should lead the city, but we need to do it on a basis of respect, of acceptance of each other, of who we are, what we represent, what we believe in, and we embrace you, and then we build this city together. But I have a problem. I am respectfully asking you to respect my view, what I want to see, how I want to be called, and you publicly say no, you refused. I have my own experiences, my own problem with that same exact NPA. It's been 6 years I've been a city councilor, the longest serving city councilor of the New North End, but I continue to have those issues in the dark, struggling by myself with no, I can't say it anywhere. Microaggression on a daily basis, almost. These things, I will be making a statement, and when we heard it, I replied and asked as to why we haven't done nothing about this allegation that's been coming since January. And I respectfully called for an investigation to take place. I'm glad to hear that our city attorney is working on it to look what's right. This democracy, we need all of us to stand up and make sure that it's safe and it's strong. It's not for us, but it's for the future generation, and there are things that are not acceptable. I generally don't speak like this, but this is something that I needed to say. And a well thought out statement will be put out soon. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councillor Jang. We'll go to Councillor Bergman.
I look forward to hearing this and seeing something on the NPA issue. I think it's very serious. But actually, what I want to say is that hopefully the PAC, Parks, Arts, and Culture Committee will look into this bathroom issue that was raised at public forum. The closing of our public bathrooms, the trespass on the harbor marina, of somebody who is complaining and speaking to it. That was a pretty serious allegation that I heard, and I think that we need to look into that for all the people that use the facilities, that go to those events, for fundamental justice, for the justice related to homeless folks and their needs. There's a lot of issues there. And I hope that committee can look into them. And that's all.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Bergman. Does not appear that there's any other comments on general city affairs, so we will move on to item number 10, which is Council President updates. So I just wanted to mention that in anticipation of the passage of item 6.2, the drug crisis resolution, preliminary work has already started on standing up the public forums. We'll have further updates at the next council meeting. And as well, beginning at our next council meeting, we will have a new item on our agenda as passed in the resolution. We will have another standing item in addition to climate emergency reports. This brings us to the final item of the evening, item 11, updates from the mayor. Mayor Weinberger, the floor is yours.
Thanks, President Paul. I've talked a lot tonight and earlier today. I don't have anything further. Back to you.
That's it?
Move to adjourn.
All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, please say aye. 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 Any opposed? The motion passes. Listening, our next meeting is Monday, October 23rd, and we'll look forward to seeing you then. We are adjourned at 12:12 a.m.